Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon in every time zone across this fabulous planet of ours. From the rugged north, not, well, southeastern Canada, I suppose. From the rugged east.
Ruggedy.
Welcome to Paulogia Studios and our triumphant return of Toast to Toast AM. I'm so excited to be here with you and with my co host, as always, my good friend, David.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? How's everybody doing? It's good to be here. Missed it. Missed it so much.
Me too. It's been
Yeah.
we had I think a whole well even longer than a month perhaps, but
It's been a while. Well,
it's
and
been
then
a while.
there was a healthy gap between our second last and last show. If so we haven't.
No, we almost had the summer off. Really, it's like
Yeah.
we're in school, and I hope everyone out there has. Well, I hope you haven't, frankly, found other streams to watch. I hope you just found other things, delightful things, summertime things to do.
There are no other streams to watch, Paul. This is the only stream on YouTube.
Well, I think that when we didn't stream, they gave our spots to other people.
Well, we didn't pay for exclusivity.
I don't know for sure, but it's my understanding. Like, I know there can only be one stream at a time,
Yeah.
but there must
That
be.
makes sense. I mean, as much as it pains me, man, YouTube's a large corporation. They've got to keep cash flow going. They've got bills they got to pay employees.
I haven't looked into it, but there must be some sort of waiting list.
For
So
the
far,
stream.
we've been really lucky, and we just get on.
Well, I assume we get dibs because we had it first. Because we're the
Yeah,
first
I think there's
stream on
probably
YouTube.
right. The rule
Yeah.
of dibs.
Yeah, we did call it. All
We
right,
called
let
it.
me get
Absolutely.
something delicious out.
What are you? What is your responsible?
Well,
beverage of
okay.
choice this
So
evening, Dave?
to start us off, we'll start with a toast to welcome us back, Paul. I have a bottle of 44-year-old whiskey
Wow.
right here. Yes, that this is I'm busting out because I'm just so damn happy to see all these people here.
I see.
It's been too long since I've seen Shannon, since I've seen Kip, since I don't even know who else is in here tonight. I don't know if Ashanti or Brain Cramp are here. But
we have some of the usual crew. Hopefully, people will return and find us. We've already got our first super chat of the evening.
oh, look at that! Oh,
Super chat from
nice.
Inspired One. Inspired One appreciates our work. Thank you so much. I'm hoping there's lots of great reasons to super chat with us today.
Yes,
And yes, and you're having your very exciting, very meaningful 44-year-old Scotch,
yeah. I don't know.
no,
If
it's
meaningful,
whiskey,
so.
and I am having
Yes,
just
this is
rum and-
Canadian whiskey. It's not Scotch.
just rum and Coke.
Well, we know that's good too. I also have here to drink after a guava lime radler, just in case somebody thought I wasn't a
Ooh.
basic bitch. Yeah.
Have you tried? I really want to try the grapefruit rattlers. I've seen
I'm
those.
I'm not a huge grapefruit fan. I don't mind them, and that's like the traditional thing. But it's I'm not a big grapefruit guy, so I find it's a little grapefruit just is a little too citrusy, a little too acidic for me.
I now remember I have some delicious grapefruit coolers out in my garage that I should have
There
busted
you go.
out.
Oh, someone has already recognized my shirt. Good job, Kevin
Ooh.
Hitch. And we have another super chat.
We have another super chat. So, where have you been? I've been searching for you for weeks. Please never do it again. Well, there was a combination of it was just a lot of family stuff, really.
Yeah.
Some expected,
Summer's
some
always
unexpected.
it's tough, right? Things get scheduled in summer, and it was tough for Paul and I to have weeks at the same time, and
It was. Yeah.
life happens. We
But
can't promise we'll never do it again, Melody Kate, but we can promise we'll try.
we can promise that we'll keep coming back.
Yes, sooner or later we'll be
As
here.
long as we have not exhausted the whole catalog of Art Bell. And that will be a long time at this pace.
I apparently called Michael an asshole last stream. I don't remember
Uh-oh.
that, but I absolutely believe that that's something I would do. So if it makes you feel better at all, that is in fact a term of endearment to me. That does mean I like you. Paul will vouch for that.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
I'm only mean to the people I love.
You have to. Where's Bella? Bella is immediately to my right. So yeah. But not on camera at the moment. And another super chat. Given
More
how things
super
have
chat.
changed in the last 4 months and what has come to light, are you going to readdress Eric Hovind? So good question. I don't actually specifically know what you're referring to necessarily. I have definitely taken a break from covering Eric for other reasons, and that may well be a long break. So this is about the annual time that I cover his dad, and we have a thing to talk about with our Kent streams, but we'll do that later after the sponsors and stuff. But thank you for the question. So if you can actually give me some more details of what you mean, that might help me. But I'm not covering Kent annually like I often do. I often in October do an annual recap. I'm not doing that this year. And Eric, I don't know anything specific, but I've also taken a break for my own personal reasons on that. So
From the Hovind clan.
from the Hovind clan, but they will come up in a bit. But first, we have some business to take care of. So the things, gotta admit, Dave, things have been, because we didn't have shows.
Yeah.
It turns out that by not having shows,
Yeah.
we also don't have income
No.
for the
That
show.
was a an oversight,
And over,
I think. Like,
so we approached some sponsors and said, "Hey,
but
would
Paul,
you like
here's
to?"
the
Yeah, what?
here's the crazy thing. Even when we're not making money, people keep sending me bills. Which I think is bullshit. That's not fair. Where's the
Not
yin
fair.
to the yang? Where's the balance here? This is somebody call Thanos. This is all out of whack.
That's right. So I did try approaching. Now I know you would just laugh at me anyway because you're the sponsor expert, and you probably would have just laughed at me. But I approached some people and I said, "Hey, would you like to sponsor us not having a show this week?"
Team, yeah. I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
So sadly, if anyone would know of anyone who would like to sponsor us on weeks when we're not having a show,
I mean, I do feel like there are probably people who would pay us to not have a show.
well, I
That
just don't. I
actually
need
might
them.
be an untapped.
I need them in my Rolodex. Perhaps if you
Yeah.
can. If we can
We can go. The trouble is, I feel like they don't watch the show, so they're not gonna
I see.
know this. But yeah.
I'm so stoked about a new Toast to Toast that I'm not even going to mind that your camera. Oh, boxes are not centered at all. That's
true.
Oh, so. Well, there's a design choice about where they are on the screen. We're centered within them. I don't know.
We're centered within
there's-
our camera boxes, yes, but the camera boxes are not.
But that's a
is
design choice on my
not
side,
a,
and also sometimes over here we have trivia stuff.
yeah,
Not
which we
today.
don't tonight.
There'll be no trivia stuff tonight. Okay, but we need to move on. We're never
Yeah.
going to get to the good stuff, and today is good stuff. So
Yeah,
Dave, perhaps you were luckier than I was, and you were able to find a sponsor for us having a show, which is presumably, a better deal.
well,
Is there-
was Paul. I was.
Okay.
Now, I did have as you said, we have our broadcast record has been a touch spotty of late, so I did have a little trouble lining up, but luckily, reaching out, one of our previous sponsors is very excited to re-up their commitment and announce an exciting new product. And so tonight, Paul, I'm here to share it with you. Like as you and I and so many of our audience are in the Northern Hemisphere, and as much as we hate to admit it, the fact of the matter is that the seasons are turning. Soon, one of the other wonderful sponsors of Toast to Toast will be here to ruin everyone's lives. Thanks, Winter. Appreciate the sponsorship. Now, I know what you're all thinking. Dave, winter's coming. My legs are perfectly covered in particularly pleasant pants, but what of my upper body? Is there nothing to be done to protect my sensitive and frankly sexy as hell torso. Luckily, a new innovation from an old sponsor is here to save the day. Frozen fingers, cold chests, numb navels, and frostbitten breasts will all be things of the past, thanks to the newest product from returning sponsor Jackets, winter coats. I know what you're all thinking. Dave, I already have a jacket. What more could I need? Well, anybody who's been through a real winter knows that that jacket's not going to cut it. You need to up your game. You need more padding. You need more insulation. You need some stuffing, some fiber, some wool, something in there. And if you're like me, you typically go through winter wrapped in a collection of blankets, beach towels, and whatever kind of pieces of fabric you have laying around the garage or barn. No longer. Now, with a winter coat, you can buy something that is shaped roughly like your upper body and will comfortably fit over it and keep the warmth inside while keeping the cold outside. You can get ones that are wind resistant, water resistant. Heck, they'll even keep out polar bears, various ice related witches and ghouls. It's amazing. I'm going to tell you right now, Paul, this winter, I expect not to suffer one serious bout of frostbite, and I'm excited to try it out. Now, that's not all. The good people at Jackets are extending a very special promotion just to the watchers of this channel. Use promo code TOAST2TOAST, that's TOAST, the number 2 and TOAST, the next time you are buying a winter coat to get a pair of mittens on strings that you can run through the sleeves. You'll never lose them. It's the most amazing thing. Also, you'll look adorable in your class photos. So get one today. Winter coats. Uh-oh, I can't hear you, Paul.
Oh, I muted myself because I was enjoying too much.
You're enjoying too much. Yeah.
Thank you, Winter Coats.
Well-researched and thought out sponsorship.
For sponsoring the channel.
Yeah.
Now, again, I have made this faux pas before, and this is no reflection on Dave. So if I'm bringing up a sponsor or a competitor to sponsor, so these are the same people who make parkas.
We don't use the P word
okay,
around here.
Fair
Paul.
enough. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Winter coats. Winter coats.
Ski jackets are fine. Snowmobile jackets, winter coats. Yeah, that's all good.
I see. Those
other products
claim
potentially
that are
goose down filmed,
right, and the ones that avoid the word jacket because they can't legally use the word jacket. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So
I think we all know where they're made.
Right.
All right. Enough said about that.
Manitoba.
Cheap Mennonite labor.
All right. Well, thank you to Winter Jackets. Thank you to our sponsor. I hope everyone can connect to them. It looks like we have a little run on Super Chats here. We'll get to those.
Run on Super Chats.
Before we go to our next business. The Canuff says, catching you guys live instead of during a training ride due to torn ankle tendons. Oh, no. Thanks for keeping me distracted and laughing. Dave, have you seen League of Gentlemen?
I love League of Gentlemen. Yeah.
Oh,
this is a local shop for people in a local. Yes, it was a British comedy series with these two guys. It was kind of like Little Britain a little bit, where it's like two guys play a bunch of different roles and kind of. But it's very good. I have the DVD set. I should lend it to you sometime, Paul, or go. I think you would.
Okay, but you remember the thing that I'm thinking of, where I was,
Are you thinking of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
Yes, where I was going to say, yes, that's what I was thinking of exactly. With we had some tangential friends, working on the visual effects and stuff for that. Yeah, that was not good.
One of the very many horrible Alan Moore comic adaptations. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. We have Wired. Oh, Red Fox.
Red Fox.
Red Fox.
I would say.
Eric is producing a fair amount of disturbing content with PragerU lately. Oh. Thank you, writer. Thank you, Rick. Oh well,
if PragerU's involved, it's the highest.
That's
the highest standards of scholastic integrity.
Another thing that Eric has been doing. Eric, I don't think he personally knows how to do any of this stuff, but his channel has been doing is taking conversations that he and I have had, and cutting them up, and like the titles are like "Atheist Gets Owned" or like, but it's
Right.
literally it's clips of me like where I'm saying like, you know that meme where it's like, why isn't everyone clapping? I'm right.
Yeah.
It's literally like, yes, what I'm saying is absolutely correct, and I would say it again right now.
Yeah.
To understand how exactly I've been owned in this situation. But all right, we have Jay Victor for $5.
Victor.
Thank you, Jay Victor. Make that jacket long and throw in a short skirt, and you can get my check in the mail. All right. Well,
Ba-dum-ba-dum.
as long as I don't have to model it, as long as it's for you.
Paul, you have to model it.
Great. All right. Well, what time do you have?
I want a Paul that gets up early. I want a Paul that stays up late.
So speaking of the Hovens,
Yes.
we alluded to the last couple of streams we had were both covering Kent Hovind when Kent Hovind was on the Art Bell show, and we really have gone way too long in the show without talking about Art Bell. Tonight's show, amazing, chef's kiss. At least we hope it is, because it was an innovation on the show where Art decided to have an Antichrist line, and we will get to that.
It is what you think. Call in if you are the Antichrist. Not, I know the Antichrist. I have opinions about the Antichrist. I've experienced some Antichrist-related happenings. No, I am the Antichrist. And so many of these people are calling in. We need a dedicated line. Yes.
So that will be coming up, and we will get to that with as little ado as possible. We have some ado at this point, because Kent Hovind, whom we covered in our the last two episodes, and hopefully no more ever will be dedicated to Kent. So he did have, Dave, though, thoughts for us that I need to.
Oh, man, this is really good.
That I need to share with the group.
Oh, Kent Hovind had thoughts
Kent
for us?
Hovind had thoughts for us that I need to, share with the group.
Does Kent Hovind have thoughts on me? I'm excited to...
well, we'll see how this goes.
We'll see how this goes. All right.
Okay.
Everybody shut up, everybody. I want to hear Kent
Hopefully we can
Hovind.
hear... all right, here we go.
Let's sing the Dinosaur Adventureland birthday song. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is your birthday song. It isn't very long. That was it. Happy birthday.
This is already the best thing that's happened to me all month.
Woo! So I was being coy before.
This is awesome.
So now your birthday is officially in like 8 minutes in Newfoundland or wherever it is that has the weird time zone.
I will get older while we are all together here on the stream.
So at the top of...
So if anyone wants to super chat me a birthday present.
That's right. So today,
Shameless
right
plug.
now, it is Dave's... It is Dave's birthday, everyone. And Dave needs... So that's why he's drinking that scotch, because Dave...
That is why I'm drinking expensive whiskey.
Or whiskey, because that is his also, maybe related to some other number that's important to him today. I don't know.
Yeah.
And
it's close. It's not dead on. It's we're one off. But,
okay. I thought that was the number. All right. Well, I
was born in 78, so okay. do a little math. Yep.
All right. Well,
thank you, Shannon.
So I want to see lots of the Dave emoji for those of you who are members throughout, at the top of the hour, I would love, every time, each time zone when we approach that it is Dave's birthday, till we finally get to the time zone where he lives. I feel like we should have, birthday cake emoji celebrations and all that kind of thing.
Yay!
Happy birthday, Dave. And Kent Hovind sang you a song.
That's very nice of him. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Kent.
Yeah.
And that was I love the picture he picked too. That's great. Fantastic. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
All right. So I didn't forget.
Paul and I are polar opposites when it comes to celebrating our birthdays.
We are.
I am having a large celebration with about 40 people. It's going to be a good time.
And I prefer no one to know.
Yeah. Paul would like to sit in the dark.
I like my birthday to be on a Wednesday and where everyone just has other stuff to do.
Yep.
Okay. So I feel like maybe now we should start the show. Can we start the show yet?
Paul?
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor for my birthday?
What's that?
Can you play the Kent Hovind clip one more time?
Oh, we can play the Kent Hovind clip one more time.
Let's sing the Dinosaur Adventureland birthday song. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is your birthday song. It isn't very long. That was it. Happy birthday.
Yay! Thanks, kids. Yep. Good stuff. Good stuff.
All right. And with that, here's hoping. Yeah, that's the last Hovind reference for the night. We'll see.
Yep.
We are into a different realm. We are not going to be... I think tonight... So you and I don't know for sure what's happening.
No, I haven't listened to any of this.
So
I know what the subject.
And
of the
once
show
again,
is.
I have done merely the splicing of the music, and the AI is actually helping me these days even more so with the identifying which parts are music. And anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just so that we can stay monetized in the YouTube algorithm and not be taken down. But I think I just anticipate this will be less debunking and more just enjoying.
We can
this is going to be.
We can just sit back and let the.
So, I hope everyone's in a good mood because this is going to be fun.
How could you not be in a good mood?
And
tonight?
let's
we're all here
over
together.
And do we need if you've tuned in before, you know who Art Bell is. If you haven't, do a Google of the Art Bell.
Watch literally any of our other previous streams.
Well, don't leave this stream to watch other streams.
No, after it's done.
Oh, after it's done. Anyway, celebrating Art Bell. Here we go. Oh, but we got a super chat. Let's do the super chat first. Melody Kate.
Good to see you. Go ahead, Paul.
Happy birthday, Dave. Cheers.
Cheers to you, Melody. Thank you so much.
All right. Off we go.
This is awesome.
This is just the start.
And this all came from discussion about whether many people believe the Antichrist is now alive. Now, that kind of turned into a discussion the other night of, well, if he is, what do you think he is doing right now? And that's still a really good question, by the way. What do you think he's doing right now, the Antichrist, if he's out there? And that evolved into, well, then, why not?
Is the volume acceptable?
That seems fine to me. I don't know if anyone in chat has any thoughts about it.
Let us know.
Up, down.
All right, so not around. So this is. Let's set this in context. This is 1998.
Yep. Okay.
June 2nd, 1998. So any references to current events will be roughly around that era. I noticed at the start of the episode. So this is the second hour.
Yeah.
The first part of the hour was a lot of Clinton bashing going on, stuff like that.
Yeah. Remember when the horrible scandal was Clinton?
Yeah.
Clinton had oral sex with one of his interns. That was the horrific thing happening in the White House.
That's right. That's the worst thing that happened at the White House.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, off we go.
not open a lie. I know there are those out there who believe they are the Antichrist, and maybe they are, and maybe they're not. Maybe they're deluding themselves in some way. Maybe they're experiencing some sort of mental illness, elevator not going to all floors, that sort of thing. And maybe the real thing is out there. We'll see. So what about you, Jim? Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yes. I was going to mention something about the Antichrist.
Oh, yes. What do you, first of all, do you think the Antichrist is now alive?
I'm not sure.
You think it's possible?
Well, I think it's possible. But I was going to ask you, have you ever heard anything about the Bible Code?
Oh, of course. Michael Drosnin wrote the Bible Code.
Right. Well, I came across that.
He's done many episodes on the Bible Code.
Yes.
And we haven't done one yet, but we've talked about it.
No, I've been pushing it. I've pushed the Bible Code a couple times.
All right. Well, let us know in chat. Or you wanted to hear more about the Bible Code?
On the internet, and I flipped through it. I found it very interesting, and I was reading all the articles where they had found out that once they believed it to be true, and then they found out that that could happen with any text randomly, and they used Bill Gates.
That's the point. Any sufficiently long text.
If you go back looking for, but
yeah, we got we got a member chat there.
Yeah. Now, that's not true at all. I have seen several documentaries on Pornhub that prominently feature female antichrists. So
I see.
The research is out there. Don't Google it.
As an example.
A lot of people think Bill Gates is the Antichrist.
Yeah, and they showed that Bill Gates was,
There are entire websites devoted to the fact that Bill Gates is Antichrist. Personally, I don't think he's that bad at all. I have a...
That was
how naive we were.
That was so a thing back then, though.
Oh, yes.
In my circles, for sure, Bill Gates, was considered. And, of course, I was just so pro-Apple and also so pro-religion. I didn't complain about that. Sure, maybe, why not?
Yeah, I remember numerous conversations with mutual acquaintances being like, I'm not sure that's correct. And, oh, my God, when the euro came in,
oh, yeah.
We're on
that one world government
currency. It's all happening just like... Just mark of the beast right there, yeah.
If we had a bingo card for tonight, it would definitely have to include things like Mark of the Beast and, one world currencies and all those kind of definitely.
Yep. Yeah.
That's all going to come up tonight.
Had we been more prepared, were we better at our jobs, Paul?
But we're not.
Him about the first days of Windows 95 and some of the bugs, but the Antichrist, no.
Well, the thing that I thought of is when I read that, because I realized that they were making fun, saying that Bill Gates could be the Antichrist.
If you think that's something, you should see what I've got here.
What's that?
I have, now this obviously has got...
We're on the radio, Art. We can't see.
To be a joke, of course. But it says here, Dateline, Redmond, Washington. World leaders reacted with stunned silence as Microsoft Corporation conducted an underground nuclear test at a secret facility in eastern Washington state. The device exploded at 9:22 a.m. Pacific time. Today was timed to coincide with talks between Microsoft and the U.S. Department of Justice over possible antitrust action. Then it supposedly quotes Mr. Gates here as saying, Microsoft is going to defend its right to market its product by all necessary means.
Well,
I think he did say it was a joke at the start, right?
Yeah,
like
so is this
like The Onion?
Is this the fax era version of The Onion?
Because I think The Onion started as an actual paper publication before it was a website. It was like a school paper. And anyways, it's certainly not the first satirical news.
No. Art has before referenced, in listening to trying to find episodes, I've heard him definitely talk about faxes that are going around, as if they were there's memes before internet memes and before the word meme was even created. So, apparently I was not aware that there was, people would do calling circles of fax jokes, but J. Victor, thank you, J. Victor. As a kid from the 90s raised Christian, I heard enough of the Bible Code. All right, so that's one vote against Bible Code.
There you go.
Yep. And I do now, though. So this was the era where Microsoft was so big and in
Yes.
software that actually there was literally hearings to see whether they need to be broken up. I remember that.
This was before the resurgence of Apple. This is when Microsoft was paying a bunch of money to keep Apple going.
Right. They were essentially to avoid being broken up.
Antitrust.
They were basically funding Apple, fledgling Apple, nearly broke Apple. Like things like Oracle weren't really big anymore, and IBM had virtually like disappeared from the software scene.
Yes, they were all hardware.
And like there was really just the only big software companies were Microsoft and Adobe. So anyway, now we have the ChatGPT is going to make $1 billion this year, Dave.
Oh, good for them.
Yep.
A lot of power. And the thing that I think though is that I don't believe the Antichrist will know who he is. I believe he'll be more like a pawn.
But he might know. He might sort of have, the way you have a.
Are you laughing at Super Chat?
Yeah, the J. Victor Super Chat, yes.
Well, you can read it then.
Anyone who had to use Windows 95 is completely justified in thinking Bill G was the Antichrist. I mean, you're not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Not wrong. Ugh, or Windows 3.
Well, Windows 3...
Although, to be fair, OS 9 wasn't much better. OS 9 was terrible.
But Windows 3 was still in the era where they felt like they had to actually not copy... Like, there was enough rulings around that they're actually trying to not copy Apple in certain ways. Mm-hmm. Windows 95 was after the ruling where someone had ruled that you could essentially clone software and you couldn't copyright, like, functions of software.
Right.
So Windows 95 was the first one. Was like, okay, gloves off. We're just copying everything.
Yeah.
So yeah,
paying the Rolling Stones a bunch of money.
That's right.
Sense about things. See, that's why I think when I open, what do you think will happen if I open the Antichrist line?
I think you're going to get a lot of nut calling in.
Well, there is that, but I mean, there's also the possibility. You've got to admit, slim though it may be, that the Antichrist is out. By the way, could the Antichrist be a woman?
I wouldn't see any reason why not. I don't know.
I mean, Christ was a man, right?
Yes.
So wouldn't it make sense?
Jump the gun, Shannon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, before listening with a fair and open mind, you just leap to conclusions, and immediately your biases show.
So so if Jesus was a male Jew with long hair and a beard and wore a dress, then the Antichrist should be a woman who has short hair and wears pants.
Well, what's the opposite of Jew, Paul?
Oh well.
Anything you want to say on the stream?
No, I don't. No. Gentile. That's what it is, Dave. It's
there
Gentile.
You go. Yep. Good save. Good job. Yeah.
That the Antichrist.
Shiksa. It's a shiksa. That's the right word, I think.
Would be.
Sure.
A woman. Well, I don't know. Since you've been talking about it the last couple of nights, I decided to do a little bit of reading on it, and I was very surprised because I've heard a lot of people in different religions talk about the Antichrist and predict it in the end of the age and everything. But when I turned to a Strong's Concordance, Antichrist is only listed 4 times, and it's not even in the book of Revelation. It's in the book of 1st and 2nd John, and it's used as just as like a group of people that just don't profess Christ came in the flesh as the Son of God. So
as Antichrist?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, it's going to be a hot, busy night. If the Antichrist is alive right now, what do you think she's doing?
I'm not saying it's a she.
All right, goodbye.
Oh, what fun we're having.
It's delightful. There will definitely be people who will not take to this being a topic of being being taken lighthearted. There will be a segment
with levity.
Levity, thank you. There'll be a segment of America that is displeased with that tone.
Strong's Concordance. I think I actually still have a Strong's Concordance on my bookshelf somewhere. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, Bible scholar days.
Associate herself with possibility. All right, just so that proper credit or blame is assigned, it was Jim in Vancouver, Canada. That's right, Vancouver, who suggested the Antichrist line by writing.
People in Vancouver, no good.
No
good.
Following, hello Art, love your show. Just comment on the Antichrist. You asked on the air a few nights ago, what do you think the Antichrist is doing right now? It's true, I did. And he says, well, I feel the Antichrist doesn't even know he's the Antichrist. He won't know until just before the end, just like Judas, who betrayed Christ. Judas himself didn't even know until it was too late. So he's...
I mean, Judas knew he was Judas.
Yeah.
It just wasn't a big thing to be a Judas back in those days.
No.
Tested the Antichrist line. Andy in Eureka seconds that, and all these other faxes I'm getting. Therefore, why not? Let us try it. I hereby reserve away what is normally our first-time caller line, area code 702-727-1222, and I hereby cancel that line tonight, and I hereby assign it to anybody out there who believes he, or, and I might add, it's eminently possible it's a she. I mean, after all, Antichrist was a man. The Antichrist could be a woman. Got to consider that possibility. If you think you're the Antichrist, or you even, if you even just a little bit think you're the Antichrist, well, now is the time to call. The Antichrist line is hereby officially open. Now, I no doubt will not begin to answer it until the bottom of the hour because I'm going to screen the calls to be sure of what I get. You've got to have, if you've got to have an Antichrist line, you've got to have high-quality Antichrist calls.
There's the tagline for the show.
Yeah.
If you're going to have an Antichrist line,
yeah.
You want quality. So somehow today he's going to screen calls when normally he doesn't screen calls.
Normally doesn't screen calls, but but I mean that does kind of make sense. If you're going to pull it, you want to have somebody who at least has some kind of I'm an Antichrist, it isn't a raving meth addict.
I don't know that's necessarily down on the radio show. Why not? But all right,
probably more PCC, honestly. But the point is,
One day. Anyway, there you have it. The Antichrist line, 702-727-1222. Now, it's ringing like crazy right now already. I was wondering earlier on, would it not ring? Will there not be any out there who will claim to be the Antichrist? Or will there be many? I don't know. We'll find out tonight. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I'm laughing at the Antichristing. I'm waiting to see what comes of it.
Well, what is your best guess?
You're going to get a lot of calls, and there's going to be a lot of kooks.
You think so?
I think so.
Now, the trick is going to be to sift through the kooks.
Right.
And see if you can, there's bound to be one voice in the middle of the night that's going to sound like the real thing.
I hope so.
You do?
Well, I mean, I don't hope so.
Oh, now listen to you.
Well,
it sounds like you might be on his side.
No way.
No, I'm not pro-destruction of the world, but for the sake of your show, Art, I hope that the actual Antichrist calls in. For the entertainment value.
Yeah.
If the Antichrist is in the U.S., what state the Antichrist would most likely be in? Everybody's going to say California, right? Well, that'd be the thing. Might fool you. The Antichrist might be in a really rural state like North or South Dakota, Arkansas. You never know. Just to fool you. While you're thinking the Antichrist is in California, actually, he's in the heartland. Maybe even the Bible Belt. Got to imagine that too, right? Anyway, that line is about to get activated. On the Antichrist line. On the air. Hello there.
Hello.
They did an intro.
Yeah. They did custom.
He made it sound like this may or may not have happened on this show.
Yeah.
He made it sound like he was winging it. They had a intro ready to go. All right.
You're on the air.
Yeah, my name is Nicholas.
Nicholas.
I'm from Kentucky.
Nicholas in Kentucky, already suspicious. Nicholas.
Why is that?
Well, I don't know. Nicholas, I could imagine that somebody of true evil would take a name associated with great joy, as in St. Nicholas, as in...
Well, it was given to me by my mother.
No, isn't Nick traditionally like a devil name?
Yeah. Old Nick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, would be a euphemism for the devil, especially in like the southern states. Yeah.
But there was like that Adam Sandler. There was little Nicky. What was that?
Yeah,
what was that
little
short
Nicky.
For? Wasn't that short for something?
I'm not. I don't know. It's been quite a while since I saw Little Nicky, but it was short. It was like for Nicodemus or something.
Yeah, but he wasn't there a devil-related term that was short for? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's not a Santa word. That's anyway.
No, now I'm looking it up because
All right.
So I'm not sure about that.
Your mother, huh?
Yeah, I have a little difficulty to talk about.
I understand that. I mean, how long have you...
About 6 months.
You believe that you're the Antichrist for 6 months?
And I would not claim to believe that, but it's something that seems to be coming forced upon.
Force? Well, of course, you can't help yourself, right?
No, it doesn't seem so.
In what way?
I feel like, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I feel like you don't apply to be the Antichrist. I think he's right. I think yeah, you're thrust into it.
You just are.
Or you were
right?
born that way. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't like applications to be the Savior Jesus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just who you are.
What did your research turn up there, Dave?
Little Nicky's name is just Nicky.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
You know, apparently we were giving Adam Sandler too much credit.
Has it begun to manifest
As so many have before me.
itself in you? I mean, do you think constant evil thoughts? Are you amoral?
No, not at all. In fact, if I could just relate what had happened that brought me to this illusion, or is bringing me to this.
Yes.
Last summer, my mother died in a car accident, and I was with her in the car. This was in August '97.
Yes.
We took her to the hospital, and she had about a day left. I really don't know much about her background. I never knew my father. But as far as I knew, she was raised in Eastern Kentucky. I was brought up Pentecostal, and she revealed to me that my grandmother, actually British, had been involved things like Temple of the Golden Dawn. I knew nothing about, frankly, and it was shocking to me, especially the Christian. But afterward, strange events, I guess call them, began to happen.
Like what?
Well, for one, my occipital bone in our accident was seriously damaged, and I had essentially lost sight, both of my eyes. And according to at least the doctors, I was not supposed to regain sight, because once that bone is damaged, trauma to the optic nerve and so forth.
But you regain sight.
I regained sight, and
well, what does that have to do with being the Antichrist?
That's what I was just thinking. Is this story going somewhere? He got in a car accident.
I'm willing to give this guy more. Maybe this is just the first.
No, but I was temporarily blind. Now he's not.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, but that doesn't have anything to do with the story. Okay, carry on.
I'd tell you this story. I'd tell you this one.
Anything to do actually. What was strange is, as I was regaining sight, for one, the scar left above my right eyebrow.
What does that have to do with
It's
being
actually a 666.
Oh, now that has a lot to do with it. You have a 666 scar?
A minute 666 scar.
Oh, my word.
And what happened after this
When did you find that?
Excuse me?
When did you find that?
Essentially, when I regained sight.
Oh.
I thought, I mean, you can't...
Boy,
you can't
better to stay blind and come back and take a look and find it. And there's really...
So, his eyebrow? Is that what I've heard? So, in...
A scar above his eye, yeah, right.
So they must have, shaved him or something to deal with his eye thing, and they... All right.
Mm-hmm.
A car accident gave me a 666 scar. Well, that's something.
It's very hard for the tech support in me not to jump out and help Shannon with her email issue right now, because I'm like, I know how to fix this.
Well, you can type a message. Your guy.
You can actually discern 6.
It's clearly turnable. In fact, I haven't really... The traumatic things began to happen, though, were after this, one of the preachers that my mother had contact had visited Carl's funeral and so forth, obviously. And he had some very strange things to say about the situation, basically that he was seeing some sort of... I'll preface this with the fact that, I mean, I was trained as a scientist at college. I don't go in for astrology, things like this.
A lot of people always did think that the Antichrist would be a scientist by the way.
Well, I'm a geneticist.
Oh, that cinches it right there.
That cinches it right there. Yeah.
I'm a scientist, so my story can't be crazy.
Yeah.
Because geneticist, so everything I say is rational and based in facts.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Why does that?
Well, because that's just something that everybody figures. Genetics, scientists, 3 6s. You're doing real well here.
Like, hey, what's the matter with that?
Now I see why you believe you might be the Antichrist.
Well, it has nothing to do with science, actually.
How old are you?
I am now 31.
31.
I was born in the summer of love.
Summer of love. Love child, no doubt, huh? Is that what your mom
My
said?
favorite part of this is that a couple times during this call, this guy has been genuinely offended That Art's just like, oh yeah, well, he's like, what? He's like from Kentucky. You named Nick. He's like, my mom named me that. What the hell's wrong with my name? You're talking shit about Kentucky, Art.
I feel
We're
like
about to have a problem.
I feel like if you're going to be the Antichrist, you need to have some thick skin. At least YouTube level thick skin.
Oh, geneticist, huh? What's wrong with geneticists? Yeah, Mac team, no big whoop. Want to fight about it?
Well, you're a pretty scary dude. I mean, what do you think lays in the future for you?
Well,
Why is he scary?
I know several geneticists. They're the least scary people.
No, but also, like, so it's a geneticist, got in a car accident, either during the accident received a 666 scar, or as a result of the accident discovered that he always had one.
Yeah.
There's nothing scary about that.
Possibly during a cow branding mishap. It's hard to say.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I would also like to know
666 Ranch.
what is the scale of this? Like, is it how big? How big is this?
Picks or it didn't happen.
right now I am not working. I have a small trust fund left my mother that's very small. I mean, we're not talking wealthy. And I'm basically staying in. What has been happening is after this incident,
What you want to do if you want to endear yourself to everyone is you want to say, I'm basically living off a trust fund. That's what you want to do
Yeah.
to relate
Staying
to
inside.
the people.
creature that my mother said he saw some sort of terrible aura around me now, basically a black aura, and wanted me to come to his church.
Yeah.
I came, and an elderly woman there who was arthritic asked me to heal her, and this to me seemed ridiculous. I actually didn't put my hand on her. I took my hand
Yes.
and placed it on hers,
Yes.
her arthritic hand.
And
About a week later, I received a call to come and visit her that she was healed. And she was. Her hand, I mean, I think it's wonderful. Her hand was fine. It was as good as a 20.
Maybe lead with the healing people.
Oh, by the way, I can heal.
Let me tell you about Jesus of Nazareth. He was a great carpenter. He could build all kinds of things. He could level. He didn't need a level. It was just always perfectly square.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and he healed lepers. Did I mention?
Yeah.
Oh, did it?
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
have you considered some sort of surgery to erase this 666?
Yes.
Why are there no miracle call follow-up questions, Art?
Nope. Let's talk more about the scar. You healed this
and
over.
I mean, it just probably in Kentucky doesn't. Of course, what do you do? How do you cover it up?
The problem is that the
Yes.
As someone like me who was raised in the church,
Yes.
you, as do I, have a lot of experience with preachers reading auras, and
That
you
is
know, what aura looks like, and
just without ceaselessly that from the pulpit, just encouraging people to examine auras. Yeah, this is incompatible. We're being facetious. At least I am. I've never heard a pastor or preacher say anything about auras without sheer contempt.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not a Christian thing. So I'm skeptical of that part of the story. The rest of it's all fine.
The rest of it, seems on the up and up.
I touched an arthritic woman, and a week later she was healed.
Yeah.
You know, that's as compelling as it gets.
I have no way to disprove it, so I'll take him at his word. Why would you lie about something like that?
How could it not be causational, Dave? What other factors could potentially be?
I mean, presumably she maybe was exposed to an angel at some point, but the odds of that are pretty slim. It's more likely that this person healed her with his Antichrist super aura powers.
Makes sense.
Occam's
actual
razor.
scar is reflected in the bone. I talked to a doctor about this a month
You
ago.
mean to say they saw it in X-ray?
There is a scar on the occipital bone.
Oh my God!
Wait,
Well, so,
bone scar?
Uh-huh.
Is that a thing?
I actually think it is a thing in a way, right? Like you can, like if a bone's broken and heals, you can see in X-rays where it's like, oh yeah, this bone was broken.
I
There'll be a
suppose so.
line. Yeah.
So there's fusion. My bone, I broke one of my bones in several different places. So there's different ridges along it where there was fusion, the changes of thickness because of that. I guess I wouldn't have thought of that as like scar tissue is a different thing. But okay.
But yeah, bones
Well-
can be permanently marked. Yeah, you can
They
tell
can be
when a
permanently
bone's
marked,
been
for
damaged
sure.
and
I'm
healed.
not,
Yeah.
that I wouldn't. It just may not be the medical term.
No, I don't think a doctor would call that a scar, but yes.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
If you hold up an X-ray and on your bones
But
it says 666.
Geneticists will often refer to bone scars.
That's true. It is one of those genetics, terms that we don't know. The lingo, as it were. That actually would be a thing.
That's
Like,
an
you hold
industry
up.
term.
If you hold up an X-ray,
Yeah.
and it says
There you go.
666 plain as day on your bones.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're not religious, that's probably something that's going to make you be like, huh,
Yeah, I think so.
that's just right on there, huh? This isn't a joke or photoshopped in some way. It's
Yeah, like
Wow.
that's not nothing. If that can be shown.
And what is becoming odd about this is,
How old are you?
as I said, 31.
31. Boy, that'd be just about the right age, too.
Well, there's the odd thing now.
right age for what? So
Did
31
I miss a verse? Do we know what
in
the age of
98.
the?
So he would have been born in 67.
He said 68, but yeah, but. It
But
could've-
didn't he say he's 31, or he was born in 68?
I thought so, but I could be wrong. But anyway,
I guess it would depend.
but I
maybe
mean,
when in
but
the year.
what?
or
But the
I don't
right
know,
age for what?
Yeah.
This is my question. Does someone who is there a Bible verse that anyone knows that like the Antichrist
Jesus
is
died
going to
at
be?
32. Somebody pointed out. Is that? I don't know.
But see, if you're the Antichrist, it should be the what's the opposite of 32? Then you need to.
Negative 32.
That's right. That's right. 23 maybe.
Opposites get a little dicey when we're talking about numbers, Paul. That's a little harder to.
Well, the Antichrist is not, and I always took it as it's the
It's
opposite
just a
of
Christ made of oppositely charged particles.
Correct.
Is that I began again to go to church. I quit when I went to finish my PhD.
Do you think that when you're in church, those around you and or the priests detect and feel something? They know they're in the presence of you?
Yes, in fact, over the past 6 months, I've talked with several rabbis, several Catholic priests, one Greek Orthodox priest, several Native American church leaders, actually not in the Native
You know what rabbis are experts in? The Antichrist.
They sure are.
Big Antichrist people. Yep. Oh, I wish Vishanti was here.
American church, but
Yeah.
elders.
Yeah.
I've talked with dozens of people, and basically they have the same response. As one priest told me,
I talked to everybody at the Genius Bar about my Android phone. They all agreed. This thing's screwed. Yep.
Funny.
and seem to have this gift, and I can't blame that. It's a wonderful gift. But he told me that based on a lot of dreams I was having, dreams of the world on fire, things like this.
Yes.
He said that he explained to me. He said you have a fate, and
A fate.
there's not anything that can be done about it. And I should accept. Like I said, I felt.
Technically, if anyone has fates, yes, then that's the definition of fate, right?
Yes.
Can't do anything about it.
Away during grad school from this religion and from Christianity, but now, especially seeing some of this with my own eyes, and I detect nothing evil in it. In fact, it's a great gift. And I mean, basically, what I've been doing is I'm at home now is working on some of the theories I had tried to finish grad school with.
Do me a big favor, will you?
Yes.
Before you have any surgery, if you're going to, take a photograph of.
Oh, I have X-rays.
Oh, God, send me one of them.
Okay.
I
What
will-
do? I send them fax?
Oh no, faxes are insufficient for this.
Paul,
Ooh,
we're going to church.
going to church. Is that from when you were here?
That is from when I was there.
Nice.
It's very pretty, but it's actually a super shitty bottle opener.
Oh, okay. This guy was gonna fax art an X-ray. I don't feel like that's. Is
I
that
mean,
a
I don't
thing?
see why you couldn't.
Fax you an X-ray. No, but I feel like you need to, like the scanning technology. Would that have even worked? You'd have to put an X-ray over a
Well,
white paper.
I
or
assume he
something.
has like a paper printed copy of the X-ray, right? They probably wouldn't let him walk out with the actual.
Well, maybe yeah. Maybe if
Oh,
they
I
thought
don't
he
know.
was
I mean, I
Satan, they would just let him do whatever he asks. I don't.
It's true, yeah. If he used his Antichrist powers on him, then what are you
He
gonna
was-
do?
Plus, if he's just touching everyone in the lobby and a week later they're all fine,
In
he's going to be out of business.
Tribute to Nikki from Kentucky's dark aura, we are going with a very dark beer, the darkest beer that I have. It is called Dark Matter.
Oh,
from Hoyne Brewing Company.
Is it like the dark? It's the anti beer. Is it an anti?
It's the anti beer. Dark matter isn't antimatter, Paul. Come on.
No, come on. So I'm calling it. We're close enough. You are now. It is your birthday in Nova Scotia.
Yay!
Happy birthday, Dave.
Happy birthday.
So it's the top of the hour. There we go. Old Man Joe is all primed. We're looking for a shower of
it's your
birthday cake.
Your birthday,
and Dave, if anyone is a member, get out your Dave emojis along with the cakes. Whoop.
Go toast to toast. It's your birthday. We're gonna party. Like it's your birthday.
Let's sing the Dinosaur Adventureland birthday song. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is your birthday song. It isn't very long. That was it. Happy birthday.
Thanks, Ken.
All right.
Hope you go to jail.
We got Nikki on the line. We're not going very quickly. We're on the very first Antichrist caller here.
This guy's been talking a lot, though. That's
true.
He's got a lot to say. Nick's got a lot on his mind.
But yeah, before he gets his bones, I don't know why you're getting surgery to get the 666 taken off your bones.
Well, no, Art was talking about you should get surgery to get just the scar removed. And he was like, no, it's actually all the way down to my bone, which I don't know why you still couldn't get surgery to, like, you could just, I mean, all you need is a Bic lighter and a little will. You can you can take care of that 666 pretty clear. All you need is a 40 of tequila and a pocket knife.
Oops, that was starting to play Kent. We don't want that.
Adventureland.
Well, and there he is again.
We've had enough. Would you send that to me? All right. Thank you very, very much. Wow. Well, there's a good beginning or a bad beginning, depending on how you look at it. X-rays, huh? Actual X-rays of 666 on the bone. Ooh, along with what his mom told him. Well, let me see. On my Antichrist line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hey there.
Hey there.
Dennis from...
Dennis, turn your radio off first.
Just a moment.
There's an Antichrist on that.
I'm back.
All right. Why do you believe you might be the Antichrist?
Well, I'm sorry that I have to say I am not the Antichrist.
Well, then why have you called this line?
Because I want to tell you that those that have the name Vicarious Filii Dei...
No.
We're all about protocol. This show is protocol above all else.
You're supposed to have screeners, Art, to
That's right.
prevent exactly this kind of travesty.
We had a super chat come in.
Yes.
From Michael Nikolaichuk.
Nikolaichuk.
And from the start of that, Nick, he might be the Antichrist.
Could be. If you know him, you'd agree.
That's right. He says, shot.
$10? I'll do a shot for $10. I don't want to use my expensive whiskey for it, though.
This is this is the very first super chat from Michael. Is this someone you know IRL?
This is somebody I know IRL.
There you go.
Yes.
Birthday shot.
This is somebody who was listening to Code Monkey earlier, Paul.
Oh, okay.
So if that fills in some gaps for you.
It does. There you go.
Yeah. But fair enough. You know what? Tonight I will do shots here for $10. It's my birthday. If people are willing to pay, we'll with limits. There will come a point where I'm just going to stop. Have a repeat of that unfortunate incident.
Do you need to take you off screen for a sec? Or are you good?
Yeah. I'm gonna go grab a bottle of something real quick. I'll be right back.
Call me on another line. That's the Antichrist line. Now, you see, when I answer it randomly, that's what I get. Let me try again. Antichrist line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, Art.
Yes.
I'm not the Antichrist.
Well, then you're on the wrong line, too. See? That is only for people who believe they are the Antichrist, like the first guy. So don't call me on that line. I mean, you just wait.
I love that Art is just... I would be the same way. This show, you guys maybe don't realize this, but I have protocol for this show, too. And ridiculous protocols that are, inviolable. Makes sense.
Wasting money is all. Only if you think you're the Antichrist should you call that number. The Antichrist line, you're on the air.
Hi. I just woke up and picked up the phone.
Are you the Antichrist?
I certainly hope not. I don't know what's going on here. I just picked up.
Why did you do that? When I have an Antichrist line here.
No. Oh, then this is happening again.
It's happening again. It's like a terrible nightmare.
No, you see. Oh man.
Maybe you are the Antichrist. Maybe you just were awakened by even like your ears, your pointed ears.
What's going on here?
So what you missed,
Yeah.
you missed the second person who was not the Antichrist calling the Antichrist line and getting reamed out with the same
Hi, Art.
and Art's I think he's exposed now that he doesn't actually have call screeners.
Call screeners.
Because he's like, this is what I get for answering randomly. Anyway, what we have now, the next caller, Art said hello.
Cheers, everybody. Happy birthday.
Cheers,
to me.
Dave. Shot.
All right.
What was it shot of?
This was peanut butter
Oh,
and whiskey flavored grain spirit
wow.
because they can't legally call it whiskey. This is incredibly cheap,
Okay.
but works out.
Works out.
I'm low on the hard stuff these days.
Okay.
Well, I have several bottles, but it's all like 18 and 24-year-old whiskeys.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
stuff. Things it's like, no, I'm not gonna fucking use
No,
this.
you need
for
to savor that.
shots.
That's right.
Yeah.
So what we've had now is we've had someone who, if you allow me to be a skeptic for a second, who's pretending.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. I will dial back. We have someone who Art has said hello, and this person, he instead of calling in, he claims he picked up the phone.
Okay.
He's saying, why are you? He's saying to Art, why he wants to know why Art is calling him.
As if he wasn't on hold for a significant
That's correct.
portion of time trying to call into this show.
So I think it sounds like the shtick will be, or the what's happening here is that somehow Art has cosmically called the Antichrist.
is that what the okay?
That's
the bit.
where I think this is going. This little
Okay.
It feels like a skit.
All right. Well, there we go.
Or burning.
Is this a joke?
No.
Okay, hold on. Let me wake up here.
This is you just now woke up. You really mean that?
My phone just started ringing.
Your phone rang, and there I was, right? Is that correct? Is that what you're telling me? Your phone rang.
Okay, something silly going on here.
Oh, yeah? I don't know. You came out of a deep sleep?
Who?
Is that what I'm to understand?
I'm to understand. Oh, my. Okay.
Okay, what?
I knew this was coming.
It is you, isn't it? Isn't it?
Oh, man.
Don't breathe hard. Speak. Time is money. You more than anybody ought to know that.
They kept telling me every time when the phone rings, pick it up. Oh, my. Okay.
All right. Well.
Oh.
Well, Mark's
They don't make radio like this anymore, Paul.
No, they don't. No.
That's the thing. I think maybe people don't appreciate. Like, this was just on the radio. This was just at night. This conversation we just listened to was live on radio, literally coast to coast across North America. Yeah, everybody can hear this jackass pretend something. All right. I don't. Phone rings.
They told me I always have to pick up the phone whenever the phone rings.
Yeah, is that what they told you?
Meanwhile, Art has music ready for the occasion. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
Whew.
We gotta go. Okay, here we go again.
That was where I had to cut out him playing The Devil Goes Down to Georgia.
Charlie Daniels.
The Antichrist line. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
You claim to be the Antichrist?
Claim know what I know to be who I am.
Well, this is the Antichrist line, so that's who you got to be.
As far as your turn.
As far as I'm concerned, that's who you are. All right. Do you have the radio on?
No, I do not.
What am I hearing in the background?
You are not hearing it.
Yes, I am. Unless you're projecting that into my head and in the heads of all my listeners, because they can hear it too.
I am projecting that in your head.
All right. Well, you're out of here. You might have been good, but you're out of here. I don't care if you are the Antichrist. If you don't turn down your radio, you get blown out of here every time. International line, you're on the air.
See? It's all about the protocol.
Yeah. I don't care if you're the Antichrist. Turn off your radio.
I hear my radio in the background. We actually couldn't hear it, but
No.
Art could apparently hear it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right.
Morning, Art. How are you this morning? Steve calling from Ecum, Nova Scotia. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine.
Ooh, Nova Scotia.
Where do you say? Ecum Secum?
Ecum's, I've never heard of that. Ecum Secum,
No.
Nova Scotia?
Oh, did you know that place, Shannon?
We're, I guess the Antichrist at some point lived here.
Allegedly. And
Allegedly.
Antichrist. Paul
And Antichrist.
Yeah. One's in Kentucky.
Great.
We'll see if this one has, anything written on his bones. That's where the
It's
bar's
true.
at.
That is the current top bar. I think, yeah.
One thing your show is not, and that's boring.
No.
Very interesting.
Yep.
But, the call just before the hour there, that fella, you shouldn't have woke him up like that.
That was pretty weird. Huh? I mean,
Okay, so I'm guessing this isn't the Antichrist line. This is just a guy.
Oh, maybe.
Because it is just open lines, too. There is other, yeah.
it's like the connection was simply made by a third party.
Sure it was. Everyone knows that the Antichrist was on South Park several episodes back.
I know, and they had him in a battle with Jesus.
That's right.
Right?
That was quite the battle, too.
And
huh?
if I could come up now, see, that is of course.
I never watched South Park.
Were you ever a South Park fan?
No, I never watched South Park.
No.
I don't think I've seen a whole one at all, I don't think.
Oh man, the when South Park's good, it's like better than anything. It's better than The Simpsons when it's at its best.
Right.
And still, some of the South Park coming out now, and they're in season 24 or something. Someone in chat will probably be able to tell me. It's in the 20s, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's still hilarious episodes that they will pull out, but they only do like 6 episodes a season now, right? So they're
Oh, okay, gotcha.
yeah.
Do you recall the episode they're talking about? The
Yes, I do. Yeah, because they used to have Jesus used to be a character that featured prominently on the show. He's not really around much anymore, and he had a talk show, Jesus and Friends, and
okay,
it was
funny.
Yeah.
And what was was it exciting with this one?
I don't remember the details. I remember that there was the Antichrist showed up and him and Jesus got in a fight and Jesus won. That's
So,
about as much as I remember.
What we got here is a guy from my province of Nova Scotia here.
Yeah.
Who wanted to call in
Mm-hmm.
to talk about a TV show.
No, not Simpsons, Michael. The South Park. What year is South Park in? Yeah, sorry.
This guy wanted to just call Art and discuss. Hey,
man, that guy was
he was on the TV.
Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I have something. So if you're calling into the show, you've probably been on hold for like half an hour.
Yes,
and you can hear the radio while it's going. So it's like you're listening to the show. Like whatever you were going to talk about is probably long past.
That's true.
Right?
He may have been calling in to talk about the first half stuff, which was illegal immigration, largely.
Illegal immigration in Lewinsky, right? Like he might have
Mhm.
had some, and now it's like, wow, that last guy, he was crazy, eh? They are.
Nudge, nudge. I'm in on the joke with you. Yeah, the guy was in this. Mm-hmm.
It's occurred to me, if I could come up with a really good sounding Antichrist, one who really might be the real thing, or sounds to be the real thing, then I might go for the other side, and then we could have such a battle right here between good and evil.
Well, I'm sure they'll be putting Vegas odds on it anyway.
Well,
Sure.
Oh, Vegas odds on what? On Jesus versus the Antichrist, I guess. All right.
Yep. You bet on the Washington Generals to beat the Harlem Globetrotters.
They were due.
I thought the Antichrist had it coming.
When I was a believer, and I did think that the Bible was very. I acknowledge that the Bible was very scant on details about the Antichrist and what we could or couldn't know. So I didn't put much stock in anything anyone said about anything definitively about it. But I know that I would have imagined that the Antichrist was incredibly eloquent and appealing to, large swaths of the population.
Right.
That so it wouldn't have been someone who had like a weird reverby voice or like.
No, it would be somebody more like I don't want but the person like around Mussolini or
Right.
that German fellow with the funny mustache, right?
Someone with charisma. So
or to be more, or a John F. Kennedy to be
right,
more,
or an Arnold Schwarzenegger, or a
right. Yes. This is a charismatic person. This is a person that people will follow. That it's not going to be somebody with a weird skin disease and glowing green eyes, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Would you like to see my etchings?
Dare I once again pick it up? It's ringing like crazy. Never stop. It's ringing, ringing, ringing. Try it.
Yeah, I think you're right. The last caller must not have been, because he's now asking, should I pick up the main...
Antichrist line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I was calling to talk to Art.
You've got me.
This is Art.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say my name, Art, but
No.
I've been listening to you off and on. My dad's an old fan of yours.
Listen, this line...
listening to you.
You know what this line is for, right?
Yes, I do.
All right. Well, then, is it you?
Well, Art, you're on a subject that has been kind of in and out of my life.
He's evading.
He's at least not saying no.
He's not saying no.
Which is better than the last.
In what way?
Well, we're talking dreams. From the time I was 11 years old, I started a dream that I had almost like week.
I can barely hear you. You had a dream about what?
Well, if that's to describe dream would take me a while, Art.
Well, I don't have a long time, so you've got to give us the nutshell version here.
Okay, you're on the air and talking to me at the same time.
Well, yeah, it's how else?
Art, you're talking about Antichrist. First of all, I want to know why are you? First of all, you're bringing up things that are negative.
Because that's what I do.
Well, I know that's you.
That's what I do.
You're bringing people to think negative thoughts here.
Well,
we may bring about destruction of the world through our thoughts.
Through my show.
No, not
my show could destroy the entire. It could destroy the entire world.
No, people are going to do it.
Well, if that's what happened, wouldn't that be right down your alley?
Well, I don't want to see that.
Well, then you must not be the Antichrist. Is
that right?
Yeah. So see, you're saved.
How do you know?
Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, it is. This is probably the most combative I've seen. I can remember hearing Art for a while.
This guy, I think, wants to stay on this line, so doesn't want to say no. But he's clearly some kind of Christian person who is massively concerned that people are openly talking about the Antichrist, and that's just going to hearken and hasten.
Somehow our collective unconscious is going to.
And also, how dare Art, give people negative thoughts?
Because that's what I do. Yeah.
Well, how do you know what anti means?
Well, I know. I've certainly read about Christ's life, and if it's anti,
he's my brother.
All right. Well, now see, you are not even close to the Antichrist. You weaseled your way around until you were about to preach to me. Not going to happen. Antichrist line, you're on the air. Hello.
I would love to. There we go. You're not going to happen. Punt.
Yeah, this is becoming a little bit like some of the call-in shows that it sounds like the call-in shows what I do, where they're trying to. Someone wants to get a sermon in there. They hope they can ask a question and get a sermon.
I have an interesting anecdote to tell. Well,
okay,
this could completely derail our conversation. Like the whole show. I had dinner with a friend visiting from San Diego last night.
Okay.
Who is not a religious person at all, was not raised religious, whatever, but had recently been in a funeral, and the funeral he went to was the person who had passed away was very evangelical, and like the family was very evangelical and going. And he was like, it was very strange to me. Like we were having dinner, he was talking, he's like, it was basically they used the funeral as like an excuse to have like a sermon. And he's like, and everyone was talking about how happy they were going to be to see him again, that they would hold hands someday, that they would be before the throne meeting. He's like, it's like they thought God was like a person on a throne, like an old man, and everyone's going to be walking around happily hand in hand in heaven. And then they like had this whole sermon and thing, and I'm like, it just seems so weird. He's like, was that a weird thing? And I'm like, everything you're describing to me is not weird.
That's
like,
just synonymous with funeral. That's just what we expect.
Like I'm like, you gotta to, and he's like, it felt like he was like tasteless or tacky. And I'm like, you gotta understand too, like a true evangelical, this is not tacky or disrespectful. This is like an excellent opportunity to present the gospel to people who would normally not see it because they're there for the funeral.
Right.
And I'm like, if the deceased truly was what you say, it's like they would probably be 100% on board with this. And it's like, and the idea of like, yeah, you're going to meet everybody in heaven and walk around heaven. Like, yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Like, that's not weird. And like the idea that like, yo, you will meet God on his throne. And, you know, yeah, he's probably not an old white guy with a beard and a robe, right? But he's like, yeah, no, you'll see God. He will talk to you. You will be in heaven in a physical body with people. Like, no, that is what is like, if 8-year-old me would have been, you know, like, no, that's yeah. And everything you're saying completely tracks, right? Like, this is
that is just synonymous with funeral, as far as I knew. For many decades of my life, I didn't know that there could be other kinds.
My dad's family is Catholic, so I went to, you know, many Catholic funerals also, which is not that, you know, much more generally speaking. Generally, but they're not. It's more ritualistic and less preachy, I guess, is the, you know.
Well, but interestingly, in one way, it's similar in that neither specifically cares about the person in the coffin. Like the person in the talking about the person in the coffin for both types of funerals is secondary to either secondary to the ritual or secondary to the message.
Yeah, it depends. I've been
or can be. Let me put it out.
Can be right, and it's like I've been to both Catholic and evangelical, especially where the person, either the priest or the pastor or whatever, very personally knew the person who had passed away. Then it often tends to be a lot more like, you know, they are also upset. They're grieving as much as anybody else, and it's like, this is about this person. So, it's hard to paint with a wide
right. But no, but
brush.
yes,
I've never been to a Catholic funeral that had a call for a, you know, come if you want to bring Jesus into your heart, if you want to, like, you know, that had any kind of evangelical theme to it.
But the Catholic funerals, I have felt like I think I've only been to one, and I felt like the person's name, it was literally like an insert name, and they could have just put the name of the person. It was generically.
Yeah, I've definitely been to Catholic funerals about like that.
You know, that felt like it didn't matter who it was. This was the sermon. This was the funeral we were giving. So. Timothy Harmon for $2 wants to know, why is my like button missing?
Because there's not a single redeemable thing happening here, Timothy. So why would you click like?
YouTube? This is YouTube protecting you from yourself. YouTube is saying, look, Timothy, don't embarrass yourself.
Yeah, we know you meant to click the thumbs down.
You're going to regret that tomorrow. People can see that.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think people can see that. But even so, it's probably for your own mental health and well-being.
But you know what, Timothy? Paul and I, we know you like it, and that's what matters.
I am in my head. I'm going to increment the like count by 1.
Yep,
and it's probably Antichrist. Likes. It's probably Antichrist related.
I assume Paul also likes the show, so that's 2 likes already for this one.
You assume that I like the show?
This show?
Sure, let's go with that.
Well, maybe it's just 1 like then. Thanks anyways, Tim.
So, Skeptics and Scoundrels. Hey, welcome, Skeptics and Scoundrels.
Hello, Skeptics and Scoundrels.
So Dave is now 45.
7 months, Paul.
What is that in Canadian years?
That is you double it and add 30, so that's 120 years in Canadian years.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nice. And we have Mark Fernkoff. Is that
Mark Fernkoff.
We missed you too so much. Never abandon us again. Well, Mark, we are pleased. We missed you as well, and we are so pleased to be back.
Legitimately, you guys have no idea how much Paul and I have missed and how much we have wanted to do streams before this one, and it just things happened. Real life things happened. We couldn't do it, but we wanted to be here. We want to be here with you guys. We enjoy this so much. Yeah,
exactly. Yep. Yeah, it was very sad. And David, we'd be messing each other on Friday about how wrong it felt to be doing other things. So
yeah.
All right, back to let's see who the next caller is.
Art.
Yes.
You called. You asked me to call. What do you need?
Do you claim to be the Antichrist?
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. There we go. This is what we're on board for.
You asked me to call. What do you need?
Yeah. You're the one that called. You asked me to call. What you tell me? What do you want?
Love it.
There we go. This guy right here. Yeah.
Charisma.
Falls in your court.
Yep.
Fucking radio host.
Oh, then there's many questions that I have for you. First of all, how do you know that you are the Antichrist?
How dare you?
I dare.
Your preconceived notions of what the Antichrist is.
I don't dare.
Have a valuable opportunity to talk.
I don't.
I was
don't.
not even.
I don't.
not
You
even
tell me.
planning.
You
I was
tell
not
me.
even planning on coming out to talk to the public.
Okay.
But this is the first show ever that said, "Will the real Antichrist please stand up?"
That's correct.
I was very intrigued, and just as an aside, I must say you have an excellent show. I don't know if it was fate, but a couple of months ago, my cousin had a birthday party. Said she was listening to this unique man at night, and although I do work during the day, I wish I was on the beach, as the other guy said, drinking a margarita.
Well, that's what people imagine, but you know what people imagine is rarely true. And you're right. How dare I imagine to know what the Antichrist is? So you tell me.
What the
So the Antichrist has a cousin.
Yeah.
And nieces or something where he was at a birthday party.
Yeah. And has a job.
We've learned definitely numerous. I'm guilty now of having some preconceived notions that maybe those aren't compatible with the Antichrist. So shame on me.
Wow. You don't think that the Antichrist has
on
bills?
me.
The Antichrist has,
It's true. Probably needs a winter jacket.
Probably. Available at very reasonable prices.
And probably didn't get to use our promo code didn't exist back then, but
yeah, for the mittens with the strings.
If he's still around now, I assume. Hey, well, if you are the Antichrist and watching our show,
yeah,
I feel like we
get in the comments.
We want super chat from just
super chat $6.66.
That's right. If you are the Antichrist, you need to super chat us $6, and you know what? We will find a way to reimburse you for that. But that's your signal. If you're actually the Antichrist, we will totally refund your $6.66.
Possibly some kind of Tumblr related reimbursement or something.
Correct. We will figure it out.
Prove that you're the Antichrist.
That's right. So
we don't abide charlatans.
That's correct.
To toast. Yeah.
So we will, and let's figure that out. But so back to but this guy, he sounds like a good candidate.
To be fair, you should probably super chat $666 because the Antichrist isn't a cheapskate.
That's true. And
then we will definitely give you a Tumblr. We won't even fact check it.
That's right. That's right. We won't. That's true. We won't even it'll be a very low bar of skepticism. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Antichrist
is what the Antichrist wants.
Is a man that comes along not by his choosing, just as Jesus was not by his own choosing.
That's right.
And I guess it was about the 4th or 5th grade that I was able to project myself over and have outer body experience.
Yes.
When I was in junior high school, I started having global thoughts, as far as getting a sense that this is
global thoughts.
Global thoughts.
Global thoughts.
Okay.
Is that like the Highlander where he could like read everyone's mind around the globe, or just he was thinking about the globe?
Shh. Paul is forbidden.
I thought maybe you were pushing me on spoilers for Highlander.
Yes. Do you see they're talking about making a new Highlander movie
with Henry Cavill?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, in a way, I love Henry Cavill, and as you and I both enjoy the Highlander, although it's a truly horrible movie. But you'll lose if it's a good movie with a good actor. It loses so much.
The director came out today, or not today, but this week, and said specifically, we learned our lesson from the first film that you cannot have the final. If it doesn't make sense to kill all of the immortals in the first film.
Yeah. Well,
And that-
if you're never planning to make another film, that makes
Well,
sense.
yeah.
But if you nowadays you realize,
Right.
oh wait,
So he said we in our film we will be working towards the quickening,
yeah,
which
but
makes
he's not
sense
going
to
to
me.
achieve the quickening.
Right. And that they said they will be learning a lot. They're also learning a lot of lessons from the TV show and incorporating some of the lore.
I
from
really
that.
like the TV
So anyway,
show. Did you watch the
it
TV
was
show?
it was not terrible. So anyway, I was encouraged that at least, if they have to do it, they don't need them to do it, but if they have to, it seems like the right words to say. All right, we got a member.
Hey, Joe Hill. So good to see you, Joe.
I'm the devil. I was choosing to read that in David Putty type.
That's fine. And Titan Uranus is here too.
Ooh.
It's really hard to explain, and I don't want to take
No,
up a lot of your time trying to
Super
explain
Freak
the
1000.
thought
You don't
process.
get to talk to Paul and I about Highlander. Paul and I have seen Highlander more times than most people have had hot meals. And we have a deep and abiding love for it, but neither of us can with a straight face say that that is a well-made movie. It is, I mean, come on.
There were parts of it that for its time. No, you know what? No. On no absolute
Clancy Brown
scale.
is amazing in that movie. I'll say that. Like, he's great.
He's great. There were some very innovative, given their budget, they did some very innovative things. They got Queen
One of those
somehow.
things was to hire Christopher Lambert to play the Highlander.
That's true. Oh, we need a Scottish person. How about should we get a French
What about a
Canadian for that? Yeah.
Can't really act. What if we got him?
Oh, is he good at sword? Is he good at sword fighting? No.
No, not really. No. Sean Connery's going to show up for a little bit. He's Scottish. He's going to play a Spaniard / Egyptian person. Yeah. We can't afford to have him around for the whole movie. So.
No. All of his scenes will be in one place, and and
James fucking Bond? No, we can't afford him for 2 hours. No.
I need a little bit of a rewrite because due to contractual obligations, all the scenes with Sean need to involve him having a snack. Or a drink. These were riders that were non-negotiable.
Oh my goodness.
All right, Jay Victor, who wants to live forever? The Highlander franchise, apparently. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jay. Joe Hill writes, I love the Highlander TV show. The only show where the characters wore skin-tight jeans and were able to conceal 3-foot-long 16th century weapons. Yes, that is an
accurate summation of Highlander the TV series.
That's correct.
Yep.
And I think we have one more. We have
one more from Ichabod. I
came to YouTube to see
Crane.
Doja Cat's new video, Demons. Well, sorry, hopefully Doja Cat wasn't planning to live stream because we took the live stream spot.
Yeah.
Since Christians are losing their mind over it on Facebook right now, but found you guys instead. Awesome.
Hey, fantastic.
Smiley Devil, LOL. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. And so that's the advantage of being the only thing on YouTube right now.
Yep.
Only
and also
streaming, only live
sexier than Doja Cat, and I am wittier. So between the two of us, we got this nailed. Do you have any idea who Doja Cat is, Paul?
No, I don't know.
Okay. She is a young female hip hop artist.
Is she the one that just makes weird noises?
No.
Okay. There's somebody who's hot right now who just makes noises.
Yeah. No, she sings and raps and
fair enough.
Involved, but God speaks through one person at a time during each generation. That person may not even
just like
her dad was some kind of musician. Somebody I can't remember. He was like a Rhythm and Soul, or I can't remember, Blues Guy, something. I'd have to look it up.
You missed what the Antichrist
Sorry.
just said. God
I
can
did
only
miss.
speak,
I'm sorry.
God can only speak to one person at a time,
That doesn't seem
and that's just like us on
like
YouTube.
something anyone has ever said about God ever.
Just one
Ever?
person at a time per generation.
Yeah.
And know it. In every 500 years or so, that person feels it really strongly. In every 2,000 years or so, that person feels it strongly enough to be imbued with the Spirit of God. Now, people have a
But wait, Dave.
Yeah.
The last time this happened was 2,000 years ago. So we're due for someone to feel it super strong.
Super strong.
Yeah.
This must be something in the what are those like the other books in the middle of the Bible that nobody talks about? The Beatitude, the Maccabees, and what's that called?
So you're talking about the Apocrypha? The
Yeah,
Apocryphal books?
yeah. That's where it's every the 500 year 2000 year thing comes.
We have a super chat from Timothy
Yes.
Harmon. Haven't
Long
watched
time
Highlander. Is 3-foot-long 16th century weapon a euphemism?
It is not. It is a literal. Yeah.
It is not.
Yeah.
conception of the Antichrist that he is the devil. Believe me, I am not the devil. It's just that this time I don't care about the world. You saw what happened the last time that I manifested myself. They nailed me to a tree. It's not going to happen this time because I'm going to be incognito. I am allowed to start.
So his version of the Antichrist is Jesus returning again.
Right, but this time.
But he's not
this
taking
time
no
personal.
shit. Yeah, it's personal.
Talking about it from the year 1998 on. That is why I permitted myself to call tonight. What is about to happen is going to happen, even if I tell you what's going to.
I'm sorry, Kip. Yeah, it's true. It's true. We have yeah. we just mislabeled entire, people's bodies of work.
Nah.
Fine.
Yeah. If it isn't European, it's crap.
All right. Happy birthday, Dave.
That's
Here's
Confucius
a joke.
guy wrote some cool. Happy birthday, me. Yes.
It's $10. I don't know if
$10 from Sun Sick.
I don't know
read the joke.
Yeah, you can. Please.
Happy birthday, Dave. Here's a joke for you. The bartender says, "I don't serve tachyons here." 2 tachyons enter a bar. I get it. Time. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Good joke.
That's a good joke.
All right.
Happen. You will not be able to stop it.
That's quite all right. Tell me.
All right. Once again, you're a skeptic. You're thinking that this is a hoax, which is fine. It's going to start about.
No, I'm not making those kind of prejudgments. I'm really not. I'll listen to you. It's going to start when?
It's going to start. Well, it's already started. I did not read your book, The Quickening, but I can grasp what it was probably about just by the.
Art Bell has a book called The Quickening.
He does. I've actually been meaning to pick it up and read it. He has a couple of books, but the one, The Quickening, which is about
about the Highlanders.
It is about the Highlander. It's kind of a singularity-ish kind of thing, I think. It's where everything's racing to. It's not singularity specific, but like all these things. How there's an uptick in like UFO and all these things sighting, and it's all leading to something.
I thought I got excited
also,
there
there's a Highlander
because we were just talking about the Quickening in the Highlander sense. So anyway, got distracted.
Yes.
Differences that you make to it. And you are right. Nature is going to
in many ways, Art was a skeptic. That's the he had his things he believed, but he would call people out.
He was a skeptic, but he was first and foremost a showman,
entertainer, right? Like he was running a radio show when he got it.
And he knew that part of his job was to steel man and give the person his guest the best chance of seeming credible to some.
Yes. He was much more skeptical with callers, like just random callers, as opposed to invited guests. Invited guests he would try to make seem not crazy or stupid. right? Like he would try to steel man them. He would try to give, even sometimes filling in words for them to like, this is the best possible argument. And he's like, I'm not going to poke a bunch of holes in what you're saying. But when people called in, sometimes he would just be like, you're an idiot. Yeah, like that's not true at all.
To a point, but nature doesn't have to do anything. We're going to do it all to ourselves. We've already started.
He also had no patience for people who were like, who would use the Bible as that, like essentially the sole justification for what they believe is because this is what says in the Bible. And he's like, okay, but like what actual fact do you have? What actual physical truth, provable, observable thing to back up what you're saying? It's like, well, it says this and, Genesis, whatever. It's like, yeah. But what
that's right
in the world backs up what you're saying?
We have this mighty high opinion of ourselves, but we're nothing more than animals, and we are the same animal that evolved to take a very slow life that we used to live up until a couple hundred years ago. We are now way too fast. We talk before we think, and technology bombarding us with no time to react, contemplate, and ponder our next action.
Okay, well, I don't need to hear what the current trends are. I know what they are.
All right, Art. I am sorry. The year 2006 is when it will start, and it will start by the United States, which is
just got a straight up answer after all that.
Hey, this guy gets it. He's like, all right, you want a hard fact? I'll give you hard facts. Yeah. 2006.
Is the reason that I have decided that the world must reshuffle the deck. The world is not going to come to an end. We're just going to shuffle the deck. The United States economy will implode upon itself.
2006.
I would start buying gold right now if any.
2006. It's when I moved back to Canada.
Well, there you go. So it's where things started.
So that would have been the good timing to get out of there.
Yes.
No.
One wants to believe. In the year 2006, world monetary speculators, just as they've done to Russia, just as they've done to Indonesia, just as they will do to Japan in about 6 or 7 months, are going to make a run on our currency. It'll be our turn. You know that we have what we profess to be a $5 trillion debt, which is actually more like $18 trillion if you add in Medicaid and Social Security.
You're not sounding very Antichrist-like.
What the Antichrist...
Yeah, that's true.
What does that even mean? Yeah.
Is somebody that has the power to stop this.
Is that you?
Yes.
And by what?
I am a world.
And by what means?
I have the potential to be a world leader.
And by what? Well, sure. By what means will you stop it?
If I were to get into politics and become the president of the United States in the year 2000, but I have chosen not to because I have deemed this world not worthy of saving it.
In other words, under no conditions will you accept that job.
Yes.
Well, all right. Then you cannot. Then if asked, you would refuse.
I apologize. I did not hear your last thing.
If asked, you would refuse. You would not run.
No, I would run.
You would run.
If asked, but they will not ask. If Jesus came back, they would not believe him today. People today are so skeptical. They're so self-centered.
Of course they are. I mean,
so let me get this straight. So he was supposed to run for president in the year 2000. But said that you basically you humans don't deserve me.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna sit this one out.
I mean, they crucified him last time around.
That's right. So and then Art's argument seems to be, well, if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, then you're not the Antichrist, and so get off my Antichrist line.
Yeah. Then you're somebody. Then you're an Antichrist. Could have run.
Right.
Should have. Could have. Would have.
Yep.
Didn't.
I love Art.
Oh,
He's great.
Yeah. Coast to Coast is very much still on the air. It is. It has never stopped.
But it's not.
It's a pale shadow of what
it's a pale shadow of the show that he used to be in. And AM
George
radio,
Norrie
of course,
is a joke. Yeah.
He's not nearly as skilled. He's not really as interesting, and just the whole format of AM radio is just not quite what it was. So
I was gonna run the world, but then I got high. Yeah, I don't know who Ricky Ferrier is, but maybe he's been a guest. George Norrie does love religious themed.
So Kip, there's actually 2 episodes of the new Coast to Coast show where Bart Ehrman has been a guest.
There you go.
So yeah, so possible. I should actually look that up. Richard Carey may have been on.
Something to...
People think Bill Gates and Bill Clinton are the Antichrist right now. That sounds like...
Bill and Bill?
The first man who had a wreck of his car with a 666 on his forehead thinks he's the Antichrist.
Well, what about the guy last hour who had the...
Ooh, throwing shade. Throwing shade on the earlier caller.
Some jackass who has a 666 car thinks he's the Antichrist. Oh,
That's amazing.
oh, it's freaking
666 on his
clown college here,
If he
Art.
was
It's
the right
amateur
guy,
hour.
He would have had it. He would have been born with it.
And were you?
No, because the whole idea of a 666 is a silly anecdotal phrase. It comes from some part of the Bible. It has no validity and truth.
Well, now
Really,
you're sounding more like him now.
I'm a nice guy.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have great love for the world. In fact, I have more respect for animals than I do most human beings.
Yeah, you come at it a little like Christopher Walken. You're now a little more believable. You're a nice guy, huh?
I'm a nice guy. I see the future. And at this time, you know what the cardinal sin is?
What?
Of this world? And I don't mean to sound cliched, but God is very upset about abortion. Not just because we have chosen.
God is upset about abortion? That doesn't seem seem like an Antichrist take.
Well,
Although maybe he's going to scold God for being upset about it. We'll see what this goes.
he seems to have his own unique take on Antichrist.
I think so. Well, he's abdicated his Antichrist calling. So
Yeah, it's true. So
now he's off.
Take everything this guy says with a grain of salt.
Well, yeah, and he's off. He's off the notes. He's no longer following the script.
But you must be all in favor of abortion.
So you once again have the wrong idea of the Antichrist.
Really? The Antichrist is out there actually doing God's work, huh?
The first Christ was public. I am private. The first Christ had a positive outlook on the way the world could turn out. The Antichrist has seen the last 2,000 years and knows that it was not possible to save the world. Do you understand what the original Christ was public. I am private.
You are private.
The original Christ tried to redeem the world.
And what is your role?
I must cleanse the world.
You must cleanse it. All right. So what is your role going to be in bringing all of this on? You will bring it on.
I have already brought it on. The wheels are in motion. They cannot be stopped unless we take action right now. And we are too silly and too stupid to take action right now.
All right. Well, I appreciate your call, but it seems to me the Antichrist would be more sure of himself. Not somebody saying, change your ways, get godly or else. East of the Rockies, you're on.
That's what I was just thinking. The Antichrist wouldn't throw in if you straighten up and fly right, I'll turn the ship around.
Yeah.
Here, hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi, this is Shirley, calling from Jackson, Michigan.
Jackson, Michigan. Ah, yes.
I think you're the Antichrist. Let me tell you why.
Sure.
We can't get any work done around here because all these guys sit around and listen to you all night. Talking about aliens and,
that's right.
I
mean, you've got to consider that. It's true. I talk about what? I talk about ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the same
Pyramid?
thing. Cake. I totally thought the whales.
The whales are in motion.
That's what I heard too.
The whales are in motion.
And then I was thinking that the Star Trek 4 where they were needing some whales. Yeah.
I talk about spirits.
Right.
Well, Khan is.
I'll fight anybody in comments.
Khan is pretty good.
Yeah,
come on.
Wrath of Khan is very good, and also Star Trek 6. Honestly,
Discovery
Country.
2, 4, 6 are my favorites. I think.
Yeah,
and probably in that order.
4 was I was just the right age when 4 actually came out.
Right.
That's the but yes, Wrath of Khan. It's tough. It's too bad Shannon's not in chat anymore. She probably has thoughts on this.
Talk about flying saucers.
Right.
I talk about. You're absolutely right.
Art, we can't even get our donut delivered on time because our donut man listened to you in his car.
You see, I'm affected.
What? Wait. What time of night are you ordering donuts?
I mean, if you work at nights,
I guess. But is there a late night donut man who's?
Oh, are you kidding? There's
in 1998.
You're telling me like in New York or LA or Chicago, there's not 24-hour donut places at.
Not the deliver. Well, okay, I guess so. I guess there are. I just didn't think that this seems more of a Uber Eats situation than.
No, you used to have to fax them.
That's right, you fax them, and I would like one donut, please.
Mm-hmm.
Can you drive it over at 2 in the morning? Actually, frankly, you probably make a lot more than that daytime guy because people who want a morning donut at least have enough.
I remember years ago. I don't remember what year it was exactly. I was in Boston.
Okay.
With a couple guys, and this was late. We had gone to a Bruins game. We had, we were out getting some drinks. We were walking through Chinatown. It's maybe 2 a.m, and we see this restaurant. It was something dumpling. It was mostly not English, and this place is packed, like absolutely packed at 2 a.m. And we're like, there's got to be, everybody else apparently knows something about this place. We don't know. Let's go check it out. And I mean, I was drunk, so you go, but like those dumplings, Paul, oh my God, so good. I was like, yeah, these people have it figured out. This 24-hour dumpling place in Chinatown in Boston. That was where I realized I need to live in a bigger city.
So I was in Vancouver this summer, and then we were also at an event here. And the exact same thing happened. Was like there was some discussion between Shannon and I and the other people, like, where should we go? And I'm like, there's a place with a giant line, and everywhere else has no line.
Has no lines.
I pick the line.
Yeah.
Because the hive mind knows at this point.
All the people who live here seem to have something figured out. Yeah.
So it's a winning food selection strategy. If
Yeah.
quality is more important than time, right? That's the
Yes, I remember once walking by, visiting another. I think it was New York, whatever, and saying there was a bakery. It was like a big local bakery. The line was around the freaking block to get into this place, and we were like just walking by. It was like, so we need to come back to this place like when it first opens tomorrow, because apparently there's everybody here has something figured out that we haven't. And we did. We came back at like 6 a.m. when there wasn't a huge line, and I ordered some cannoli and some other thing, and it was like, oh my God, this is so good. Everything here is just amazing. We ordered a bunch of stuff. The same thing is like, well, if 150 people are willing to get in line for baked goods, then I'm pretty sure there's something.
Exactly. Just to be clear, this isn't an appeal to like majority knows best when it comes to like science or scholarship or things like that. But I do trust the hive when it comes to which food is delicious.
When it comes to which food is delicious, because that's, everyone can agree on that.
Exactly.
No dogma applied.
Back to the show.
Are we still doing this?
The flock.
Yeah. And I definitely don't think the Antichrist is a woman.
Now,
be a man.
you are the second woman to say that.
That's right.
And that seems rather sexist. Now, if Christ, male, we know, then why could the Antichrist not even logically be female?
I just don't think a female. No way. It's got to be a male. I just wanted to let you know, Art, that these guys all love you, and they're not getting any work done.
Well, under the circumstances, I'm not sure they should love me.
Scientifically, Paul.
Yes.
The ovaries just are too weak to carry the Antichrist juice. That's, I don't want to get political, but it's science.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
But they do, and they didn't think I would get through, so.
Well, so see, guys, she got through.
That's right.
She was meant to get through tonight.
That's right. But we do love you, Art, and I hope you find what you're looking for.
Thank you.
Bye.
Me too. I wish that for everybody that you find.
What's that?
I said you and Bono.
That's
what you're looking for. On my Antichrist line, you are on the air. Hello.
No, this is not the Antichrist, but this is the anti-Antichrist, and my number is 999, and many people know it.
Well,
I was called as an 11-year-old boy.
Don't you have it turned upside down? Everybody else thinks it's 6 and 6 and 6.
I'm the anti-Antichrist. I am 999. I am the Antichrist hunter, and people think I'm evil because I understand everything he thinks and everything he plans.
Now, you weren't listening. Did I ask for the anti-Antichrist? No, I asked for the Antichrist.
But Art,
so you're on the wrong line, aren't you?
Well, this is very intriguing that people...
Intriguing maybe, but you're on the wrong line. I said Antichrist, not anti-anti, not Antichrist hunter, just Antichrist. People just don't listen. So frustrating. Okay, here we go again.
He just hung up on the dude.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't be more clear. It does what it says on the tin, people. For fuck's sake. Poor Art. I feel your pain, Art. You know,
Exactly.
like,
People
when
don't
somebody
follow
deals with the
instructions.
public. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look, call another day, Antichrist.
Yeah.
We are.
Do I have to do all the steps in the instructions?
That's right.
Yes. Yes, we wouldn't have printed them if you didn't have to do them.
Look, if we have a line here for the President of the United States,
Yeah.
and you think, well, I don't like the President of the United States, so I'm going to
I'm
call
the
on
King
that
of
line.
England. Well, that's awesome.
That's right.
But this, the President of the United States line. Yeah.
That's right.
The Antichrist line.
It's good that he's using that sparingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're on the air. Yes.
Hello, my child.
Child? Your child?
It is I,
It is you, huh? It's really you.
the one and only.
How are
Here we go. Okay. Yeah.
Here we go. All right, buckle in.
Here we go.
we to know? What can you tell us that will make us believe you are the one? You live now and you are the one.
There is evil everywhere, for I am the one giving it out.
You're actually causing the evil.
Our children are my children.
So
And what are our children doing?
Evil things in many cases, and you claim to be responsible for that.
Who else could be responsible?
Good point. Good point. What are your plans for the future?
Democrats.
Democrat. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What
I have it on good authority. The gays are coming for my kids. So that's probably who
this was
really
this
doing
was
it.
slightly before the gays had figured out to put their notes in an agenda.
Yeah. So we got to rely on the Antichrist.
That's right.
Yeah.
I like Art's. So what are your plans for the future?
Yeah.
Do you have
It's
anything?
ready for yourself in 5 years.
Do you have anything to plug?
Yeah. What are you working on these days?
What's your Twitter handle? Yeah, we got.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Destruction.
Utter destruction?
Utter destruction.
Fire and brimstone?
If you will, I tell
What against
one
cows?
thing.
Who and what now?
So what's he got against cows?
The utter
it?
destruction.
Utter destruction. See what I did there? That was
I
a
see
joke.
what you did
Paul,
there. That was a
because I
joke.
am humorous person, and I'm not just talking about looks.
Now you can read Joe Hill's super chat.
Joe Hill, Art Sid, F off, Antichrist. He did. He did say that.
We are a pro. This is a pro Antichrist show, and we didn't want people to feel uncomfortable.
No. Specifically not Antichrists, because I'm trying to get Antichrists to call.
That's right.
Last thing I want is an anti-Antichrist on the line, scaring
right.
them off.
They don't want to. They don't want to be platformed on the same thing. Yeah, it makes
No,
sense.
absolutely, absolutely.
All three evil words.
Tommy Boy Malloy, gotcha. WABC, Curtis Lee Woo.
I did not catch that.
He went
Apparently
into
Art gets it.
he went into a silly voice and
Yeah.
said, "I don't know. Was this a prank call meme of sorts?"
Art laughed, so he must
Art laughed.
get it, or it seems to be
guess
sort of
so.
genuinely laughing. Yeah.
You can't count. That was far more than 3 words. You're an underachiever. On my Antichrist line, you're on the air.
Neil Rogers is the Antichrist.
Neil Rogers? He hung up too. Think Neil Rogers is? Most people think Bill Gates or Bill Clinton. On my Antichrist line, you're on the
You know who
Wow.
Neil Rogers is, Paul?
I was totally like, who's Neil Rogers?
Yeah. I don't know who Neil Rogers
Oh.
is.
Well, off we go.
Yeah, there we go. Let's Google it. Hey, Kent. It's about to be my
Rogers.
birthday
Yes, I know it in New York.
in Ontario. So, you know, just saying.
No, I'm staying signed out. Though I don't want Google tracking my Neil Rogers searching.
I can search for Neil Rogers.
No, it already is. But
Yeah, there was an
Google was like, "Hey,
American
wouldn't you have
talk-
more fun if you were signed in?" I'm like,
American
no,
talk radio personality. No.
Oh, was he a competitor to Art?
Or like a political person, I assume. I don't know. Predecessor of Rush Limbaugh?
Oh, so apparently, not to be
Was
confused
an
with
American
Nile.
talk radio personality.
Not to be confused with Nile Rogers.
Not to be confused with Nile Rogers.
The guitar player. Or Neil
Miami.
Rogers, maybe the swimmer. No, I'm guessing it's He probably was making the joke that it was a competitive radio personality.
I guess.
But they weren't broadcasting at the same time. No one else was broadcasting at midnight when Art was doing it. So anyway,
oh my goodness.
He did play-by-play for the Miami Hurricanes. That doesn't sound very Antichrist activity.
Well, that's you never see him coming, Paul.
There you go.
It's the quiet ones you got to keep an eye on. We got a super chat from
we got a super
Jay
chat.
Victor.
You go ahead, or am I reading it?
Sorry, I was taking a drink of alcoholic root beer. Dave, that cow joke was humorous, radius, ulna, and the whole arm. Very good. Good dad joke. Remember the cow joke, Paul?
I do remember the cow joke. Your utter destruction?
Yeah.
Yes.
The one I said like 3 minutes ago.
But I was actually amused by how it originally went down. So the guy in his weird voice said, "There will be destruction," and Art said, "Utter destruction."
Yes. Utter destruction?
Yes, utter destruction. Oh. That's what I meant, obviously. All right. Well,
I see my friend.
Now you have another. So we are now happy birthday to Dave in New York.
Yeah.
And Toronto. And everywhere on the East Coast. Probably Miami. I don't remember.
Someone might have to bring me a bottle of something I can do shots out of.
Uh-oh.
Hint, hint. Oh, there's still one left in this bottle.
Okay, one. All right.
Actually, slightly more than.
Today,
this is a mistake. I can feel it.
Big day.
Big day for a big buy. Oh, fuck. No.
Nope. No good.
Oh, so gross.
Okay. Well, good that you got that over with. That one's done, so we're good.
Ooh.
You have the good fortune, as I often do, of having. Well, when I was younger, I thought it was good fortune. Our birthdays land very frequently on a long weekend.
Yes, my birthday essentially always does, or very close to one. Yeah.
So the Labor Day weekend that you will. So I'm assuming you'll be having the traditional Labor Day / Dave's birthday parties.
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. I definitely want to.
Expecting about 40 people this year.
It's been years since I've been able to attend, and I hope to do it again soon.
I deeply hope someday you get to come. You get to come out again.
I was once at the proper gathering. Yeah. All right. Timothy Harmon writes, Wild Turkey 101. Firing for effect.
Yeah, that is good. Better you than me, Timothy. I'm not fucking doing that. You ever had wild turkey, Paul?
I have not.
It is a treat for the senses.
But now I kind of want to.
It's yeah. Like, so the 101 it's 101 proof.
Oh.
It is more than 50% alcohol.
I thought it meant introduction to wild turkey. Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
Well, now I got to add that to my bucket list now.
Yep, it's bourbon, wild turkey bourbon.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, is this Art Bell?
Good guess.
Hold on a second. I got to get these earphones off my head, okay?
All right.
All right, you called in and you asked for a verification.
Well, are you the Antichrist?
Okay, the parable is this. I'm either the Hebrew Messiah or I'm the Christian Antichrist. Am I the one person or am I two separate persons?
Well, you tell me.
That's a weird riddle. Okay.
You know, Paul, what walks on 4 legs in the morning and 2 legs in the afternoon and 3 legs at night? The Antichrist.
Antichrist, that's right. I do enjoy how he's saying the Hebrew Messiah, the real Hebrew Messiah will be the Antichrist. And that would be true. If suddenly someone came out now and that en masse, in general, that Jewish people felt like that actually this person was like the Messiah long foretold, that person would be very much be pitted against Jesus. So I'm liking where this is going.
Yes.
Proof?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Let's have it.
Okay. There are 6 beasts in Genesis, and they start from Canaan and go to Lamesh.
All right.
If you want to take these numbers down, and all your listeners too, get their pencils out, you'll have the verification.
And how many numbers are there?
There are 6 numbers.
All right, give them to me.
Okay.
Dave, do you have a pencil handy? Are we writing these numbers down?
I do, and I am not going to write this down. So,
okay, well, someone in the chat get your
I
pencils.
I moved my I had pencils here. People don't know. I had a whole big whatever. There was a big setup. This is my Dungeons and Dragons running spot.
Right.
Yeah, and I had like a bunch of stuff here I had to clean up in a hurry. So I fucked up the time. I thought we were starting an hour later than we were. There was a whole big schmozzle before.
Partially my fault. Yep.
You know, blame to go around. And I had to clean in a super hurry. So there's a lot of stuff that's just kind of pushed off my desk over there. There's still a lot of little chips. Look, Paul, it's an orc.
It's an orc.
It's an orc.
All right, well, get everyone in the chat. Get your pencils ready. We're gonna
Get your pencils ready.
We're gonna do some math.
We're gonna learn the true
from Genesis. So the answers once again are in Genesis.
Starting at Canaan now.
Now just give me the numbers.
Okay. This is what he brought me for shots.
Oh, Fireball.
Motherfucking Fireball. The worst whiskey for people who don't know what whiskey's supposed to taste like.
No, it's because you're 19.
Because I'm 19 years old. Yeah. Yep. Thanks, friend.
70, 65,
65,
162.
Someone wants to pay $20 for you to do a shot of Fireball. I'm not doing
interrupt
that
the
for
numbers.
$10. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm interrupting the numbers. This is the Lotto 649. Take them down.
62,
65,
65,
187,
187,
and 182.
182. And those are the numbers that prove that you are the Antichrist.
Now, hold on now.
70, 65,
Okay, now out of those numbers,
187 and 182.
you have to take Enoch's 65 years away, because when you total the total 6 numbers, it comes to 731.
Yeah?
And if you take Enoch's 65 birth years away,
Yeah?
you end up with 666.
Well, I'll be darned if you don't. You sure do.
I know everything about the Bible and everything that's coming, Art.
You do?
Yes, call me back and have your caller make sure they want me to come on. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, well.
Okay. I love how he ended that. I know everything about the Bible.
Yeah.
And everything that's going to happen. That's all I'm teasing you with right now. If you get enough callers together who want me, give me a ring.
Give me a ring.
But
when you're
that,
serious, Art, when you're ready to be serious. Anyways, here's some numbers. You take those, you subtract 65.
No, not all of them. Not all the numbers.
Yeah, and it's 666. And when you're ready to be serious, Art, give me a call.
Therefore, I personally am the Antichrist, obviously, because...
What do these numbers have to do with anything? You just said numbers. Are these dates?
I'm assuming that these came out of a genealogy, but he didn't say what passage.
He didn't say anything. Like, these are your personal measurements in centimeters. These are
like Enoch. I'm guessing these are ages because apparently Enoch was 65 and we had to take his out. There's no justification to why we're pulling 65 out of Enoch out of there.
Yeah, like the rest is just found numbers. Okay. Like, I mean, I'm genuinely curious. I want to hear your
right, but also I'm not clear how this numbers that added to 66 mean that you specifically are the Antichrist.
Well, when you're serious, Paul, he'll explain it to you.
So, Dave, I'm gonna get out my book. I'm gonna get out my copy of Dune, my mass market paperback, and I'm just gonna read you some page numbers here. And then you're gonna add those up.
Okay.
And that's going to prove.
And at the end will be the Quitsass Hatterack?
That I am Wadib.
Ooh, very nice. Have I told you how sad I am to do the pushback next year? Quitsack Hatterack, I believe.
Right. I saw the trailer for Dune.
There was a couple trailers.
on the IMAX.
Yeah.
And it was the whole best part of my whole evening. Was the
I went and saw
Dune.
that. Have we talked about it? I went and saw Oppenheimer like in an actual true.
So that's
IMAX.
what I saw.
So there
At a
were no trailers.
VIP IMAX, but they had a couple of trailers, including
So I went to like not like the whatever IMAX.
the
Like, this is
Landmark.
like no, this is an actual IMAX theater.
Yep.
So there are no trailers because the screen isn't the right size to show them.
Oh, they just showed them on our IMAX, but go
Oh,
ahead.
because this one is like we only have the 70mm film projector. So unless you do your trailer in 70mm, so it was like the movie starts at 6:15. It's like, and the movie starts at 6:15. There is no ad. There is no trailer. Also, Oppenheimer was amazing. It was fantastic. I love that movie. It's great. Yeah,
but I also, while I concur completely, I also feel like if I had have just
Davis is pointing out that Enoch was 365.
If I had have seen Oppenheimer on a smaller screen,
yeah,
that I would have been equally impressed. So I
would too. Even when I went and I had to drive to another city south of where I live. And we made a day trip of it, and it was a good time, and I enjoyed it. But it was like,
I was biting my tongue because I wasn't the person who arranged it all. But yeah, I was like kind of like, if I saw that on my iPad on the airplane, I still
because a lot of it's just people talking,
right? I still would have been like, wow, what a great because it's the performances and the writing and just
I did absolutely enjoy seeing it in IMAX and the sound system in a true IMAX theater.
I don't regret it. I'm just anyway.
Yeah,
that's enough on Oppenheimer for now.
No, I have some more thoughts.
Well, we have thought. No, our thoughts will be post show. That will be.
That's going to be on the Bimon Sci-Fi Con.
That's right.
Channel. Yeah.
Yes.
There's the proof. 70, 65, 162, 65, 187, which is murder thing, right? 182 is 731 minus 65, obviously 666. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
This is the first time.
It's tough to argue with math.
It's tough to argue. It's just as a super aside, Paul. Somebody within the last week is like, "Hey, you should really register a YouTube channel," and I'm like, "I have 4." I'm like, I've got a YouTube channel called Paulogia I've never done anything with, which is my plan to make a YouTube channel about the making of and consumption of pies.
That's correct.
I do have the Bimon Sci-Fi Con,
right.
which I've never done anything with, but exists. Fractals still, or Panel to Frame still exists.
Panel to Frame, yeah.
Yep.
And
I don't even remember. My fourth one is my actual one that's under my name. That's just doesn't do anything, but it's there
because this one doesn't count as yours.
This is yours. Yeah.
Hello, Bella.
Hello, Bella.
I've called you.
Is it?
Yes, I haven't been listening to your show very long, but I really enjoy it, and I wanted to talk to you about the Antichrist.
Yes.
You know, I don't think the Antichrist is going to call you not the true Antichrist.
Well,
on your
now, see, there's no
Debbie Downer.
Yeah. Get out of here with your fucking reality.
Yeah, throw in a splash of realism on this. We don't need that. We just had a list of numbers that if you subtract some of them and add some of them, they add to 666.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but Art got the special tour of the pyramids. So probably the Antichrist is going to call
the Antichrist. He's a big deal. It's a bit of a big deal.
No way you can know that, though, is there?
Yes, there is.
How?
Because the Antichrist is not going to admit he's the Antichrist.
Why not? Why not? The Antichrist would have arrogance and ego, so why not?
He or she would be like the serpent that got
There was somebody that called earlier that sounded just like Christopher Walken to me. Kind of an arrogant, hey, it's me,
you know? The Antichrist. That would be somebody who would want you to believe they were the Antichrist. The Antichrist would be someone who wouldn't want you to know they were the Antichrist and wouldn't want you to know what their plan was.
Well, what better way to do it than to come on here and sound silly and admit it? Everybody discounts it, right?
That's right.
So
double bluff right there. You know, like the right.
Hide in plain sight.
Hide in plain sight. I'm such a ridiculous caricature of the Antichrist. I couldn't possibly be the Antichrist. I'm walking around in like a, red tuxedo with long tails.
That's
right. And the whole time, pulling the strings, the puppet master. Can you do a Christopher Walken impression, Paul?
It's 4D chess. No, I was about to try, and I decided not to.
Give us your best, Christopher Walken. Myself and all of YouTube wants to see it.
Well, are you doing yours first?
I'll do mine second.
Well, my dog is at the door. My dog, that's terrible. My dog needs to go out the door.
I want
she wants to pee.
Support you, but that's a really bad.
That's terrible. See, I've never done one before. My very first Christopher Walken.
I'm no, let's see, the Antichrist. He's a scary guy. You got to watch out for him. He might come when you least expect it, and there he is.
That was
not
excellent.
Great.
No,
it's
that
not
was
great.
Compared to the crap bowl on the plate that I just served.
Well, we all have our strengths.
Exactly. So I'm going to my dog does need to apparently be let out. So I'm going to go deal with that.
Okay.
You want me to keep it playing, or are you going to interact with the chat?
I can just interact with chat. We can just have it. We can just me and chat can have a little one-on-one time. Hey, chat, what's up? Oh, well, thank you, Kip. I appreciate that. I mean, it's true, but Paul's got a lot of strengths. Mine is acting like Christopher Walken. I appreciate that nobody has been giving money to make me take fucking fireball shots. By the way, I appreciate that very, very much. Hey, Sunsick. Hello, Allison. So tell me, chat, what movie are you most looking forward to seeing in the next, year or two? Hey, Philly, thank you so much. It is, yes, congratulations to me. I managed to make it another year without dying, to the great surprise of all. I do have a giant HP copier in my house. This is as somebody used to work in IT, I got this for free. Somebody was like, got it for their office, used it for 3 weeks. Is like, I don't want it. I'm just going to throw it away. And I'm like, well, I'll take it. So I have this giant ass HP copier laser printer in my house. Yep. Oh, Evolution 859. That's crazy. That's so good. So good to see you here. I know who you are. He has mentioned you. He said you're a fan of this show. You're a fan of Paul's. I'm delighted to see you here. I hope someday to get to meet you in person, and possibly, when you're here visiting or going. That is tremendous, tremendous. Tim. Oh well, Paul's not here, so I can't bring it up. But we have a. Oh, okay, yeah, Tim. I thought you and I were cool, Timothy Harmon. I thought we were friends. I thought we were on good terms. You were paying $20 to make me do a shot of Fireball, which is just vile. But I will do it because I am an attention whore, and Paul is still tending his dog. Oh my God, this is gonna be a disaster. I can feel it already. This is gonna go bad. Gran Turismo was solid. It was a surprisingly good movie. When I saw heard they were making a Gran Turismo themed movie, I just assumed it was shit, but they actually made a pretty solid movie about that. So anyways, here's to me on my birthday and doing a shot of goddamn Fireball. Thanks, Timothy. Oh God. All right, here we go. Cheers, everybody. Salute. Timothy Harmon is paying me $20 to do a shot of Fireball, Paul.
Well, that seems like a good price.
It does, but
that seems like a worthwhile investment. Well done, Timothy.
I've been holding it for a while and not done it. All right, here we go. Bottoms up.
Do you want to be on the show?
Oh.
Do you want to be on the show?
Oh my God. No. Oh, that's so bad. Vile.
Apparently my puppy does not want to be on the show.
Oh, well. Happy birthday to me. Hello, Bella.
Happy birthday. Oh, yep. All right, we got. How you feeling? You feeling?
That's the last shot I'm doing tonight. I don't care what anybody pays.
Okay. Well, we encourage responsible.
Yep.
Toast to toasting. So. All right. Now I wish I had a Fireball. That would be great.
Would it?
Yeah. I can say that now that I don't have any.
Yeah, that's great. That's like inviting people to your wedding you know will never show up.
That's right.
You're like, oh, it'd be awesome if you came. I'm sorry.
Oh,
not
you're
gonna
busy
be
that
there."
weekend. Oh, I would have totally invited
that's
you. That's
rough.
yeah.
Well,
Yep. All right. Are we ready for more art?
we are ready for more art.
Okay.
True Antichrist is out there making people believe that they're spreading love and turning Christians against each other.
Well, did you hear the lady that was just on before you?
Yes.
The fighting, the killing, it's
But
all...
you see, those are all signs of the end of time. Those are God's signs. Those aren't the signs of the Antichrist.
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on how you read the signs. That signpost up ahead.
Art,
Yes.
am I here?
Well,
Got some
Well, we got a couple super chats here.
some
you're
super
muted,
chats.
Paul? Oh, there you go.
Go for it.
I'm the real Antichrist, and I know because I just donated $5 to make you fireball it up. Birthday beard. Well, that seems mean. Okay. I
That
mean,
sounds
I
like-
feel a little obligated because you called it out, but I'm also not going to do a shot of fireball for $5, even though I appreciate you very much, Sprinkle Cake. So what I'll do is I will finish off this alcoholic
you go.
root beer. And for $5, I will tell you a dad joke.
Ooh.
I might have told this channel before. I can't remember. Hey, Paul, what did the psychiatrist say to the man dressed all in cling wrap?
I don't know, Dave. What did the scientist say to the man dressed all
The
in
psychiatrist.
Oh, what did the psychiatrist say to the man dressed all in cling wrap?
Well, I can clearly see your nuts. There you go. That's what you get for $5.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, now we get Timothy Harmon.
Yeah, Timothy Harmon. I'm not proud to admit that was very satisfying. Sorry, Dave. See, I don't feel like you are sorry. I don't feel like you're sorry at all, Timothy. I feel like you're delighted. I feel like my suffering is entertaining to you.
I feel like what he's sorry about. He's sorry that what brings him pleasure is your pain.
It's me drinking shots of goddamn fucking Fireball.
It doesn't mean it's going to stop, and it doesn't mean, but it just means that there's a part of him that knows that, that it's your pain that brings him joy.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, not sorry.
only you know that for sure. But yes, you're on the air.
I mean with you. That's good. This is Nick, Satan, Scratch, Beelzebub, the devil, the father of lies, the enemy of righteousness, the prince of darkness.
It is you.
See, he started that off with Nick, so there must be something I'm not catching in the lore.
I mean, that is a name for the devil.
Okay.
Old Scratch, Nick. Yeah, these are all. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Would say, although I do appreciate the other callers.
You do, well, of course you do. They are your subjects. You have a sense of humor, I can at least.
Well, sure. I was going to give you a little background.
Not like the guy who thought he was who sounded like Christopher Walken, who totally was just dissing. Yeah. Some loser got in an accident, got a 666 car. Now he thinks he's the Antichrist.
Oh my! Okay, people are just being mean now. Not mean, actually. That's very.
That's not mean. That's
apropos. Yes.
Why is it?
I will do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Sunsick. Here's $5 to flush a shot of Fireball down the toilet. Well,
I'm gonna do it.
All right.
I think I won't for $5.
What do you think about the guy who gave me the number?
Which is ironic. I actually do have to take a bio break. So.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, I will.
Turn me off.
I'm gonna keep listening to art.
Now.
Yep.
Yep.
162, 65, 187, 182, and then deducted 65 to get 666. Was he on the mark?
Well, Art, I don't work alone, so any subjects I can get to help and any help we can get, any false prophets or rumors are okay by me.
You even foster those. You want those. You want other people to even think they are you.
Even your program is very exciting to me at this time to share the lovely things that are in store.
Lovely things that are in store for us. Yeah, that's.
This sounds more like the Antichrist to me. The Antichrist would be definitely encouraging just any chaotic behavior, especially stuff that could be just later attributed. That makes sense to me, even though, again, we know very little from the Bible about details about the Antichrist. But this makes sense.
One very important question to ask you if you're willing to tell us what lies ahead.
Well, I'm a student of the past more than the future.
Aren't they one and the same usually?
Well, I am a great scholar in the past.
So I guess that is an assumption. Again, if we're talking about bringing assumptions to this Antichrist thing, I think we've all just been presuming that the Antichrist would be on the plan and know what the future holds. So it seems to make sense. It seems to make sense that we would be assuming that the Antichrist has some level of prophecy. I am now seeing Timothy Harmon. Look at you. Thank you. I'm going to pin that one up for when Dave gets back. Oh, which is apparently
right now. What's Timothy Harmon doing to me? I heard his name.
So I don't know if you can see the super chat on screen there.
Well, that was from before.
Oh, that was the before one?
Oh, yes. I did that.
Oh,
that
okay.
Was, yes.
Oh, that's what caused this.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then after that was the Sunsick one, which we had,
yep.
and then we've had
But we have a new one from Olivia Williams. Welcome. Seriously.
By the way, we had, while you were gone, there was just regular chat from, I believe it was Evolution 1859, I want to say was the name. Somebody who is a person I tangentially know in real life, a brother-in-law of a very close friend of mine. They said, and he's like, "Oh, big fan of the show," and I know he's a fan of yours. Your name has come up in conversation. And I was like, "Well, it's good to hear from you." And possibly, who knows? We might even meet someday.
There you go. Anyway. So, what is this? Seriously, it's a reference to Nero. Is that the Nikki thing?
I guess. I don't know. Olivia, please explain to us. What is a reference to Nero?
You don't need a super chat. We'll just do a regular chat.
Yeah, just do a regular chat. We're watching. You don't have to pay. Just I don't understand what is a reference to Nero.
And April Heron for $10 writes, finally caught you live. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
We love you too, April. It's so wonderful you're here. We're glad you're here with us live.
All right. So what's happened in the? Well, I did listen to a couple of sentences of the.
I mean, I was off doing stuff. I don't know what's going on right now in the show.
Yeah, no, I was going to tell you that what was the caller is. Art wanted the caller to tell him future predict so that Art could know what portents are happening and how he would evaluate them. And this guy says, "Well, I'm not a I don't know the future. Like I'm a student of the past, but God hasn't told me what's going to happen."
I don't have prophecy.
And
Olivia
that
Williams
makes
in explanation of the super chat.
Oh,
the Antichrist, the number of the beast. It's talking about Nero Caesar.
Oh,
the number fits his name. Oh, okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
And also, I've heard that it's quite possible that the number is meant to be 616, depending on which scribe you're dealing with,
or 666. I've heard like 18, like 6 and 6 and 6.
Right. So lots of different.
Point out by there's.
Oh, both of them are. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, I was just lamenting, hey, look, I was also just making this weird assumption that the Antichrist will be able to tell the future. Maybe they can't. That's actually not a reasonable expectation to put upon them.
Yeah, there's no reason to believe that they can.
You're right. Yeah. So, yeah. So that's again my bias just coming through.
Yep.
Yep.
Past and dwell on the past and hope that the future holds great things for me and those who follow me.
What do you consider to be great things?
Well,
define great things.
You see, there needs to be opposition in all things. There could not be a God without you. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? That really, really, really makes sense. I mean, how would one delineate good?
No, it doesn't. God didn't. Even like in the lore, and even what I would, if I came to learn that God existed, I
love that you refer to theology as the lore. But anyways, even in the lore,
like God didn't come into existence when like the devil did.
No,
he had infinite past where didn't require the opposite. So you don't need cold. You don't need
No.
cold to be present for something to be hot. So yeah.
It's
anyway.
the old the explanation I was taught in Sunday school, kind of going through was and it is true. It's like darkness is not the opposite of light. Darkness is the absence of light. It is not a act of, it's not like electrons and positrons, right? Or like, right. It's the, like darkness is literally just an absence of light. It's not a force that is
right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Philly
but
makes
also very much in a Christian theological, like the devil was created by God. Like there's God,
right. Created being,
like everything that's in creation. Like Satan is not equal and opposite to God. Satan is a creation of God. He, there is no opposite or equal to God. There's God and there's creation, right? And they're not equal.
Philly makes a good point here. He's just playing along. Probably you're right. Probably Art was saying that makes sense.
Yes. Art's just
to Steelman as opposed to me. Yeah. I probably overreacted to Art's reaction. And
Kip Davis makes good. This guy can be the devil. They're different.
No, I actually think Art is putting that on him. So I actually am defending the caller now. I think Art is confusing when it's the devil and when it's the Antichrist. But excellent point. They are not the same character.
If one did not have evil to consider.
You could not have good without bad. You could not have pleasure without pain.
So
you could not have light without darkness.
Exactly. So you would be into the pain part and the
who? You can. Oh, you can have all those things. Yes.
Yeah.
Aww.
Oh,
look at Jared.
That's very sweet, Jeremiah. Thank you so much.
Darkness, absence of light.
Of you, Paul.
Sadness, absence of Dave. I'm with me all the time, and sometimes, it's not the best. So
you're depressing. I mean, you got some stuff going on.
I'm the anti-Dave, as it were.
In so many ways, like in some ways, it's like the Paula Abdul song. We are in lockstep in certain things, and then there are things where Paul and I are like complete polar opposites on it. Maybe that's why I honestly think that's part of the why we are like.
Maybe that's how we work.
We get along so well and go is because we're, no two human beings agree 100%. If you ever find somebody who agrees 100% with you and everything, keep your eye on that motherfucker because they are out to get you.
That's right. They are lying.
They are lying to pull something on you because no two human beings agree 100% on anything.
Darkness.
Well, not necessarily pain. It's just my plan versus his plan. And you see, in the history of the past, when we part the veil and we go back beyond, we find that there was 1/3 of all the house of heaven that followed me. That's one.
Actually, it's the opposite. There could not be a Dave without Paul.
Oh, I was going to say, because technically, I did exist for a few years without you, but
yeah, exactly.
1/3 of all the souls.
It's pretty fair to say that who you and I are right now, I think we would, we've had enough of an impact on each other's lives that we wouldn't be who we were. Both of us wouldn't be who we were without the other one in our life.
I would not be on YouTube if not for you.
Yeah.
Paulogia as a channel would not exist, even though you had no input into that channel.
No, but I got you onto YouTube originally.
That's right. If not for you, I would be completely disinterested in YouTube. So yeah, you're right. There's lots of, and yes, in many ways, I agree.
Have been born into this world.
Well, to be fair, you can say that about a lot of people. Everybody can say that about people.
Sure, there's probably some certain You probably your mom, anyone's mom.
Yeah, mom, dad, parents, whoever your people are, but. Paul and I have been an influential part in each other's lives for 30 years now. Not quite 30.
Yeah.
But like I met Paul in 1990 or 91, something like that. And we've been a fairly influential part in each other's lives that long.
That would have been.
Yeah.
So when I was back from Bible college, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
it's grown. We weren't, but whatever.
Yep.
We don't need to get into our whole backstory here.
Love you, man.
I love you, man.
All right, are you still good to go for a bit, or are we wrapping up? Okay,
it's early here.
We need to hit your birthday in another state.
I just cracked a fresh beer.
All right, perfect.
Plus all the numbers were
It's just about the number that elected our president, actually. He really is.
He's one of my favorites.
Yes.
You know that.
Yes.
Well, would you like to have one little history lesson and something you won't find in your Sunday school class?
That's why I'm here.
Well, let's go back. I don't know if you've ever done.
I don't know that anyone gets a lot of history lessons in Sunday school class, but
well, if you're small-minded, Paul,
carry on.
Carry on.
Any Bigfoot shows? Have you ever done any Bigfoot shows?
Absolutely, I've done lots of.
Paul, you're cutting off the Antichrist.
Have you ever done any Bigfoot shows?
So you clearly never listened to Coast to Coast.
It's not something you would say.
Right
It's not something you would say if you're a regular.
Are you aware of a phenomenon called a UFO?
Hey, Joe Rogan, have you ever heard of conspiracy theories?
Yeah.
What?
What? Anyways, I want to hear this guy. Let's hear this guy.
Never found any that I know of, any real skeletons or anything of a giant hairy man.
And why would that be?
Well, back in the beginning of the world, just after Adam and Eve, they had two sons, Cain and Abel.
Yep.
And Cain killed his brother Abel, and he was cursed that he would never be able to be killed, that he would be a wanderer and a sojourner through the world. And he said that was too terrible for him. Cain was one of my first and greatest followers. Cain is Sasquatch, Bigfoot, who still roams the earth today.
Wow, you're right. I never thought about
this. Okay, Paul, this is what I came here for.
This is what we came here for.
This guy is now 100% just jumped on board with the conflate me with the devil. Yep. That's me. And also Cain is Bigfoot. Bigfoot is Cain.
Why haven't you been able to find a skeleton of Bigfoot? Because he's still alive.
He's always still alive.
He's been alive for 4,000 years.
Yep. Yeah.
that.
Would you like one more good one?
Whatever you're willing to offer.
Well, at the Tower of Babel was one of my greatest times. I don't know if you've read the New or the Old Testament.
The Tower of Babel in Iraq?
Yeah.
Yes.
The Tower of Babel was destroyed.
Heard of it? It's not like presently anywhere. It's not in Iraq or something, but fine.
Art's just loving this. This is what I hope for. Absolutely. Yes. My call. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name.
When the languages were confused. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, of course.
Well, the Tower of Babel, man, was all of one language. And I had great influence among the people. And they began to build a great project. This project they called a tower. It wasn't a large, tall building. But if you read the scripture carefully, it says that anything that would be imaginable to the people they would be able to accomplish, God had to destroy it. God had to destroy it, or man would be able to do it. That tower was not a tall, senseless building.
Is there
it was
to
a
be
time transformer?
Yeah, I understand. Is there to be a final
Art just yada yada over time transformer?
Yeah, Art, shut the fuck up. Let this guy talk about the time transformer that was being built. Yeah,
we waited a whole Stargate episode and never got any Stargates.
Never came. I'm still angry. I am still angry about that.
And now you got a caller just throwing out time portals.
Yeah,
at the Tower of
Babel.
Babel.
I tell you, I went and tracked down that guy's book and I read it.
I think you mentioned that. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. He goes into detail about the Stargate in that, and I'm like, why didn't you bring any of this up?
Just brought it up on the radio, man. Yeah, buried the lead.
You buried the lead.
Battle between good,
like the guy who, he was talking for 5 minutes before he mentioned, and I can heal people. Yeah,
and Art's like, let's talk about this preacher aura thing. Yeah, I healed no lady. I don't know if you heard that part of the story. No.
Yeah. And you
know, good is kind of good is whoever wins. If I win, I'll be good.
Good is whoever wins. If I win, I'll be good.
He's not wrong.
That's certainly what Napoleon said. History is written by the victor. Yeah.
You've got to think about it that way, I guess, huh?
Yeah. Now, if I win, everyone will say that I'm good.
And will worship you.
Many do already.
You're very serious, aren't you?
Sure. Many do. Bill Clinton
worships you.
Absolutely. Where do you think he gets his power?
Once I had Father...
I thought it was the saxophone, but I was wrong.
Yeah, I thought it was just the Electoral College. I mean, I'm not American, so I don't really get how it works. Maybe somebody in chat can fill me in, but I'm pretty sure it's the Electoral College that gives them that in the Constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last time I had Father Malachi Martin on, I don't know whether you happen to hear that or not.
No.
He's a priest.
Paul.
Father Malachi?
That's the Exorcist. He's been on like 6 times.
Ooh, okay.
He is one of the, like, anytime you see a top 5 list of Art Bell stuff, Malachi Martin is always in the mix. Mel's Hole, Malachi Martin. Those are kind of like the two.
Right. And I've seen that, and I've definitely. Yeah. Were you aware before this week, because you and I discovered this together earlier this week, that there had been shows with Antichrist lines, like, or is this new to you?
No, I had never heard this particular. I did not know.
Because apparently there are several. Apparently he opened up the Antichrist line. So I'd be curious to know in the chat, are we enjoying the Antichrist line enough? And it seems like the format is that it's the open caller. It's like ghost to ghost.
Yeah.
It was kind of a recurring theme night call in.
This one's been pretty good so far.
It's been pretty good.
In open caller lines, we've had a couple really good callers. Yeah.
I did not know this. This is news to me.
Steven,
Cain is Bigfoot is a Mormon belief. Well, thank you, Stephen.
I did not know that. You spelled Cain wrong, Stephen. I don't mean to be nitpicky. That is the WWE wrestler Cain. Cain in the Bible is spelled C-A-I-N.
Oh, well, but Mormons like to do wacky stuff. They maybe the
Mormons do wacky stuff. They're big into gold plates.
Mm-hmm. And fancy underwear.
The Book of Mormon musical is coming here in January. I think I'm going to go check it out.
So I've
heard very good things about it.
But you know that Shannon and I had tickets for when it was here. And Shannon had to go without me because I was just deathly ill that day.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So
you missed out.
So she came back and she was trying to pretend like it wasn't great.
But it was, But she was like, this is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
But like once I was feeling a little bit better, she was like, this was amazing.
Yeah, she's like, it was okay, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
She was very kind to me on the evening when I was just
Matt Parker and Trey Stone are both like genuine musical fans, musical theater fans. Yeah.
Shannon hadn't been aware prior to us acquiring tickets that it was a Matt and Trey production, but Anyway, I'm envious, and I had tickets, and my ticket went to a friend of Shannon's who thanked me later for getting sick. It was great. So anyway, I missed my chance.
Well, if I end up seeing it, which I hope I do, tickets go on sale next month here in the city.
Missed my chance.
Many priests.
Followers. I'm pretty sure you'll get a chance to see it again. It's going to be like,
but probably not in my hometown stadium.
Possibly not.
Yeah.
Well, that may be true. But what I'm getting to here is I asked Father Martin whether Bill Clinton was perfectly possessed, and you know what he said? No comment. You find that humorous?
I find his power comes from a great and powerful source.
How long have you been aware of what and who you are?
Since the age of 12.
And your age now?
35.
It's about the right age. And you're certain of this? There is no...
I can see beyond the veil.
Art has some idea.
What? Yeah. Oh, this is maybe there was something that happened before, like they started.
Oh, maybe
they talked about it. I don't know, but what this is based on.
But apparently, you got to be around the same age when Jesus died. Mm-hmm. Apparently, is a thing.
In your mid-30s, somehow, or it's based on something. I don't know.
I have seen beyond the veil from the beginning of time. I can go beyond and back and forth at will. And it's a great, wonderful experience because I can remember the things that all the people of this world did before they came here. All the things they did to put me down and to foil my plan.
I can remember the things that they did before they came here.
Mm-hmm.
That is a talent.
What's your favorite musical, Paul?
Oh boy. probably Hamilton.
Why is it Oklahoma?
No, it's probably Hamilton.
It's probably what.
I do love musicals. I also
enjoy just derailing our chat. Yeah.
So weirdly, I had when we were at Oppenheimer, the person I was sitting with, whom you know, we had. I was rattling off musicals, so this is funny. But I like Chicago. I like Les Mis. I like
Les Mis is probably my favorite.
I'm a sucker, and I like Phantom.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't enjoy Cats. I enjoy Moulin Rouge. I know that's not a proper, but as a musical movie, like I love.
It's a musical. I would say
it's like, and so I hate the story, but I like the music of Greatest Showman. But Hamilton's great.
Hamilton's so good.
Like Hamilton's probably my favorite.
Les Mis is probably my favorite. I have a deep and abiding love for
Sweeney Todd.
And part of it is because I love the novel and I love the
right.
But, yeah. But I also really like the musical. And Les Mis was like the first musical that I kind of really dug my teeth into way back when I was in high school.
Okay.
And was kind of my like first exposure to like real musicals and musical theater, and like, holy shit, like this is so good. So I think it'll always kind of have that a little bit of a nostalgic edge on everything. But Hamilton is very, 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 very good. I mean, there's so many good ones, right?
I mean, Little Shop of Horrors is good.
Yes. Yeah.
Sweeney Todd is all right.
I've never seen the musical of Sweeney Todd. I've only seen the Johnny Depp movie.
Oh no, the musical is good.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that I'm listing all like the pedestrian.
I do, and I mean, I love a lot of the who are the English guys like HMS Pinafore and why can't I think of their names? They're super famous. Somebody in chat's probably gonna
like. Anyway, it's not Schuster and something or what is?
Nope. I should Google it.
Anyway, doesn't matter.
And it doesn't matter.
Why are we bringing this up? Because you're still thinking about Book of Mormon?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
All right.
Because I have a microphone. It's my birthday. So AU will listen to every fucking thing I have to say.
We have Antichrist thing to do before your next birthday.
Yeah.
Take my power away.
And your day now is close, is it not?
Gilbert and Sullivan.
Your day is at hand.
Wow, that was what was in my head. What did I say?
You didn't say anything.
Yeah, I said Schuster. No, I said Schuster.
Oh, Schuster.
Simon and Schuster? No, Gilbert and Sullivan. Yeah, no. Those are different things. It's not the same. Gilbert and Sullivan, yes.
You'll be a booster for Simon and Schuster. Anyway.
Day is at hand.
So there will be the battle, it will be soon, and the winner will be worshipped.
The winner will be worshipped. And remember, 1/3 followed me then, and my numbers grow daily, hourly, minutely, second.
Well, I don't doubt that. In fact, in some ways, the mere fact that I opened the Antichrist line, and I get so many calls that it's just utterly jammed with people saying they are the Antichrist, may be a testimonial to everything you have just said.
The only problem is...
That's right. We really have to thank Art for normalizing.
Yes. Yeah.
And for making it okay to come out as the Antichrist.
Providing an inclusive environment.
That's right. Setting the environment so that, you know what? I've been the Antichrist, but I figured if I let people know that it was just gonna be a lot of no one accepts me for me. I've been living this lie of not the Antichrist.
LGBTQ plus a Antichrist.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very welcoming environment.
Yes, we're having some equivalent for Antichrist. Maybe they don't get a whole month. Maybe a whole parade. You know,
he's raising awareness, though. That's
raising awareness.
You got to start somewhere. Paul.
You got to start somewhere. So,
Antichrists.
That's right.
Yep.
I like to say that I do my part to normalize atheism. Art is out there just normalizing being the Antichrist.
Antichristism. Yeah.
Cheers to you, Art.
Cheers to you, Art, and the good work you're doing.
That's right.
people that
inclusivity.
join me and my power and my kingdom and my dominion, others get just as strong going the other way, becoming, you would call, righteous.
And you think there are equal numbers becoming righteous?
They're maybe not. No, I'm definitely gaining more ground, but the people who are becoming righteous are becoming more and more powerful in their righteousness, which is a great struggle for me.
All right, I appreciate.
I would say citation needed.
Yeah. I would
People
certainly
are-
say louder.
But yeah, I don't see a rapid increase in people being good. Not because I'm elite in terms of. I know some people are of the type that humanity's getting worse and worse all the time. I just think that there's a spectrum of empathy that one can put forth, and you can really kind of cap out at a certain point. So,
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I could get super off in the weeds about this. I'm not gonna. We're here. Antichrist line.
Do we have a flag? That's right.
But do you have a flag? Eddie Izzard.
Your call, thank you. All right, here's another fax. Dear Art, yes, the Antichrist is in fact a woman. I know, because I was married to her. No one's figured out the 666 yet. The answer's in the Bible.
Any thoughts on that, Paul?
None. Nope. Nope. Can't think of any.
Can't think of any.
Don't know why you're asking me specifically.
Because I've never been married.
I see. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Satan was cast out of heaven. 1/3 of the angels were cast out with. When Judgment Day comes, 1/3 of humanity will ascend to heaven. The remaining 2/3 will belong to Satan. Okay, write out 2/3 in decimal form. I get it. Good show, Art. Chris and Pocatello.
Ooh, write out 2/3 in decimal
Oh,
form.
there you go. Yeah, 0.6 repeating.
Well, he gets 667 really, which is not what you want. But
if you're being lazy.
Idaho. And, well, all right, then I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let's find out if it could be true, all right? This final hour is reserved, my Antichrist line is reserved for females only. Females only who think they're the Antichrist. That's what we're going to do.
Shannon's
We're
got
going
it.
to repeat it so you all...
That's right. So Art's out there, he's normalizing Antichrist, he's with the feminists saying, look, women can be just as evil as we can.
Yeah. In a modern day, get on, plug your
Modern day.
OnlyFans. You're
That's
the
right.
Antichrist. Yep.
Get it out there. Females only. That way we'll find out if there are any out there claiming to be the Antichrist. That's it. Females only. Are you listening? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Well, this is a good shot, Hart.
Yes, sir.
To be fair to this guy, he was already on the line.
No, he's not even on. This isn't the Antichrist line.
Okay.
This is the just west of the Rockies.
But right now, there's got to be some males queued up in the line.
Yeah. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Dead.
Not their fault. Art's going to hang up on them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You know,
Can I give you
we're
my
running a show here. It's not called show friendship, Paul.
That's right.
Show business.
Perspective on this.
Absolutely.
It is very unusual.
Sure.
I believe that I was sitting in a jacuzzi with two friends, and for some reason I came up with a question, and I said, "Who is the most evil person you guys know on this planet?"
And what did they say?
That you know personally, not Hitler or something.
Yeah.
And they both said, "I am," at the same time.
Really?
And
you were in the hot tub with both of them?
Right. And I wiped.
Go ahead and say the two people in your hot tub with you.
I'm not saying I'm the Antichrist, but I'm the most evil person in this hot tub.
Hitler? Amateur.
Sweat from my brow, and I said, "Gee, I thought it was me." And
do you see him in this hot tub? You don't.
No. Mm-mm. On account of all the murdering and raping he's busy doing 1,500 years ago.
I mean, statistically, one of us in the hot tub is a descendant of Genghis Khan, but
that actually is true. Yes, absolutely. Probably more than one.
basically, there's good and evil in every human being.
Right.
And that's what this is about. And it's in varying degree. Nobody on this planet is 100% evil or 100% good.
Right. Well, except
here we go, Mark. Paul, does Art literally not have call screeners? Yes, Art literally does not have call screeners. It is just call up and we'll see what's going to happen. Later on in time, he does eventually bring in call screeners, but at this point in time, nope. Just call. Yep.
It's my understanding that he also would refuse like engineers and like other help that he and that
I'm just doing this.
part of the lore of the show, and I've never really looked into it, was that it was somewhat mobile.
Yes, it was essentially run over like a trailer,
and that he could, should he need to, move it around. So
yeah. Which then that was one of the bones of contention between him and I think Midnight in the Desert was the same deal, but then later on, like it became like a real studio that had staff and screeners and engineers and the good old days, the lone gunman days of crazy ass, some guy in the desert in his trailer with a portable radio tower broadcasting this,
which is partly why you and I will. If we did this show twice a week for the rest of our lives, we would not get through his catalog. Because he started doing multiple shows. Yeah. So there was Midnight in the Desert, and there was Dreamlands and Dream something.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and he literally did this 5 or 6 days a week, every week for years, for decades.
We can't catch up.
No. There's thousands and thousands of shows, and they're not all amazing. That's all.
We say no to more than we say yes to. So
yeah.
Perhaps.
Well, Antichrist is those. Think of the word against Christ.
I've thought of it. Yeah.
And there's a lot of things against Christ.
I bet you got out of that hot tub quick.
No, we're all friends.
Well,
and it was
you know what they say: birds of a feather take hot tubs together.
Well, we're all growing. We're kind of seeking people, as is everyone. Everyone's seeking.
I know. But to put them on tables and probes and stuff, right?
Well, I'll tell you, your show has a lot of food for thought.
It does, and some of it is rather indigestible, some of it digestible. Incredible. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes.
That's the way art does do. Like, there's no. Okay, see you later. It's just incredible. Boom.
Boom. Next caller.
Now we're talking to somebody else. I'm getting hot tub guys still probably having a chat. He doesn't know.
I was just wondering about the
turn your radio off. Number one, before you can wonder at all, you've got to have your radio turned on.
Right.
Now you can wonder what.
I was wondering how a woman might know that she is the Antichrist if she thought she was.
I guess the same way a guy would know. I mean, the evil would speak to you or something, right?
Well, I was thinking it might be Alyssa Milano.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Because she brings up.
Alyssa Milano. Okay.
So this has got to be 98. So Alyssa Milano's got to still be on that Tony Danza show at this point, right?
No, 98. That was after that was after Who's the Boss. Well, after Who's the Boss.
I'm actually just pleased with myself that I was picking. That's the right person, right? Alyssa Milano.
Yeah. Was it the Ghost Whisperer? Was that in the 98s? Was that in the 2000s? And then she had that movie where she was like seducing rich men.
Where's her IMDb?
Yeah, we're showing our shocking ignorance here.
Yep. Any of most. Well, let's just.
Yeah, she was in Dogma. Dogma would be after 98, I want to say.
Yeah, it's got to be.
But Who's the Boss was like an 80s sitcom, early 90s, right? Like, yeah.
So in 98.
Charmed. Oh, yeah, Charmed. Yep. Yep.
Okay. That would make sense.
Yeah. Alyssa Milano. All the names.
Alyssa Milano's the Melrose Place. Apparently, she was on some episodes during that same.
I don't remember that, but I was never a big Melrose Place person.
No, but I'm just saying during that time.
Yeah, that's the right time for Melrose.
That was
Place,
her main gig at the time. Yeah, it would have been. Anyway, so he thinks that Alyssa Milano is the Antichrist. Okay. Yes, this is Skeptical Scoundrels. That's a good point here. Alyssa Milano won't return any of my numerous calls, therefore she must be the Antichrist.
Yes. I've sent her several very polite invitations to dinner.
She's received them, so the only thing I can assume,
yeah,
embodiment of evil.
Well, yeah, but you could say that about a lot of good-looking women, right?
Oh, yeah, I guess you could.
Temptation.
So is the Antichrist, if she is a female, would she be an attractive woman?
That's a really good question. I would think probably yes.
So I was just thinking, like,
there was an old song, "Marry an Ugly Woman." You remember that?
No,
Way back in the 50s. If I don't remember it.
Do you remember? I know the song he means.
I do know the song he means.
If you want to be happy for the rest of your life,
find an ugly woman, make her your wife.
Oh yeah. It's a horrible song.
It is not. No, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Are we at the hour? Top of the hour now? Nope, not quite.
Damn close. But
we
almost my birthday where I am.
But Judia writes. Writes, happy B-Day, Dave. Many happy returns. Just me.
Thank you, Judia. I hope you also have a wonderful year, as happy as mine has been. And that you have friends as wonderful as the ones I have here tonight to spend it with you. But I kind of doubt it because I got pretty fantastic friends. Look at this guy. Look at him. Handsome, blonde Adonis.
I don't see him.
Yeah.
You mean someone over there, I'm assuming.
Someone over there, yeah.
So Carol Ann makes a good point. So the Antichrist would only be attractive if Jesus was ugly. So,
Which I believe is more or less not explicitly stated, but heavily inferred in the New Testament that Jesus was not an attractive man. There was nothing about him to recommend him to.
Right.
Yeah.
Plus
so
he was the only person in Judea with a blonde beard.
Some kind of weird freak.
Yep.
Some kind of white-skinned blonde guy with a bunch of kids and sheep running around him all the time. Not my kind of people.
How does he keep... And with that white robe, he's clearly walking around within the same dirt as the rest of us. I don't know how he's keeping that thing.
I don't know what's going on here, but probably not going to get a seat on the PTA with that kind of attitude.
Make an ugly woman your wife, you'll be happy for the rest of your life.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what the song said.
I was thinking, the Papa Smurf.
The what?
Papa Smurf from the Smurfs.
The Smurfs?
Yeah. I mean, the Papa Smurf, he kind of had, control over the whole group. I was thinking maybe people behind that show.
Well, this is quite a reductionist tape.
Wow.
A dark take on the Smurfs.
I will be honest, Paul, if 3 hours ago you would come to me and said, I bet you $50 the Smurfs are mentioned tonight, I'd been like, fuck you, I'll take that bet.
You would not have
$50.
That's right. If you had the Smurf on your bingo card, you'd have said,
yeah, on the Antichrist call-in line.
Damn it, I'm never getting that square.
Somebody took the flyer. Yep. That's their they won. Yep.
Oh, happy birthday in let's say Texas. What's in Central Time?
Manitoba
Chicago?
and Texas. Chicago.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
In our country, it's Manitoba.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so it's your birthday again. This is kind of like New Year's Eve. We're just celebrating every time zone.
It's just the holiday that keeps on giving.
That's right.
Paul, something we need to talk about off stream maybe. We are coming up fairly close on our 1 year anniversary. Toast to Toast's 1 year anniversary.
Have we not passed it yet? Okay.
No, it's in the fall sometime. I'd have to look at the. I'm not going to pull it up here now, but it's like
okay. Well,
October,
then let us know in the chat. I think if you have an idea of what we should be doing for our 1 year.
Oh, I have ideas about what we should be doing for our 1 year.
I'm also curious what the chat thinks. So we'll
Who
save
the fuck
yours.
cares what these plebeians, these sheeple? I mean, love you all. It's wonderful you're here tonight.
Oh, you know what you should look into? Another thing with the anniversary, you should look into maybe Cake would sponsor the show.
Oh no. There's already a sponsor.
You've been working on the sponsor for this.
Yeah, I've been working on that sponsor for a while. I've been saving it for that particular show.
Okay,
but we're gonna have to think about what we want to do for an Art Bell episode for our 1 year anniversary. I mean, that's the thing. If anyone wants to get in chat or comments, what do you think would be a good subject matter I mean, there's more Mel's Hole. There's Malachi Martin, which we've never done, but
I don't
is
know
a
if we
pretty
want to
famous.
do Mel's Hole. We do need to return to that soon, but
Yeah.
No, I feel like almost one of the something new and iconic, something that we haven't done yet, but that it would be iconic of art. Maybe I don't know. We'll see.
We'll have to see.
Or maybe
we'll
there's
think about it.
something.
We'll talk
maybe
about
there's
it.
something related to like anniversaries and birthdays and numbers that he did. I'm not sure. So
it's true.
Yep.
Get in the comments.
Get in the comments.
Yeah.
Oh, we got some more super chats. We missing a few.
We got more
here.
super chats.
Happy B-Day Dave from Louisiana, which I believe in the Central Time Zone.
Hey, yes, they are.
Send some good craft brews down here. Just
Anytime,
randomly,
Nate.
just to
Happy
Louisiana. here's some craft brews, Louisiana. Put it in the post.
True facts. I've never been to Louisiana, but I've often wanted to go to Louisiana. I think I would have a very good time there.
All right.
Yep.
1 year anniversary special live from Mel's Hole.
Live
Thank
from
you for the
Mel's
super
Hole.
chat,
Yeah.
Sensei. That's a reasonable suggestion.
Mhm.
We would need to find it.
Sadly, this show is going to have to be considered significantly more profitable for Paul and I to start doing live broadcasts.
Right, we're not in the our sponsors. Yeah. Well, we would also, maybe if he didn't take months off at a time, that would help. But
that would also help, as discussed at the start. We make
right.
zero money when we do zero shows.
We make, to be fair, we make very close to zero money when we do shows. So
yeah, we don't really do this for the money. Paul
so I'm not
are
certain. Yes, well, frequency
neither
may
Paul
not.
nor I. This is not our.
This is fun. This is just fun hanging out with you guys. Yeah. But we do appreciate the super chats because we do have some. The show does incur expense, which we appreciate.
It does. Yes.
This covering. Thrilled to see you two streaming. Happy HBO. It's not HBO,
Happy
Dave.
birthday.
It's HBD, Dave.
Yeah. Which I believe is the active ingredient in marijuana.
Oh, okay. Right. Yes.
I'm no chemist, but I think
how many milligrams of HBD?
Jasmine Muir, thank you so much for the well wishes. I hope you are also doing well and are happy and content in wherever you are in life right now. I don't know when your birthday is, but I hope it's a happy one.
All right, so we are now at the top of the hour.
We are at the top of the hour. How much longer do you want to go, friend?
Well, that was my question for you. It is your birthday.
I mean, it's quite a bit earlier for me than it is for you.
Do you? But so in 1 hour, it will be your actual birthday.
I feel like we ought to push through at least till my actual.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll do the top of the next hour at least.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
So maybe they have something to do with the Antichrist.
May well be. Who knows?
No,
you don't got exciting plans tomorrow. You gotta get up early.
So oddly, I went to bed at 7 this morning because
Jesus, Paul.
Because my video, which had to come out today for other reasons, I had to redo it I had to re-render it 3 times. Like I was done like 3 or 4 in the morning. But then
After Effects wackiness, or
no, the first time I would create a file that played locally great. I uploaded to YouTube, and YouTube's like, after uploading a 2 gig file, says, "Well, this ain't a video." Like, literally. Well, I tried it again. Yeah, once again, didn't think it was a video. I re-rendered it, just no changes. Put it up. Oh, well, turns out you used too much Life of Brian in this one, and we're gonna give all the money to John Cleese. And then I'm like, well, no. That's not going to work for me. So I cut out. How many seconds do you think I had to cut out to not pay the John Cleese people?
It's tough to say because I don't know how much footage you had, but I'm going to guess 8 seconds.
I cut out only 5 seconds.
Okay, so I'm pretty close.
And then I cleared the bar. Then it was like, okay, you're good. You can have that much life.
This may be a bit of a controversial topic, but that is my actual favorite Monty Python. Holy Grail is great.
Mm-hmm.
Love Holy Grail. Life of Brian is my favorite Monty Python work.
Monty Python, or not Python, Life of Brian was my least favorite, possibly growing up, because it was too blasphemous.
Yeah, I can see that.
But now it is one that comes up so often because the team, I don't know if it was the actual like Monty Python writers or if they just brought someone in, but they get so many details correct about
well, I suspect it was them because I mean they're all sort of like classically educated Brit.
Yeah.
Like this would have been very much their. If you were raised in Britain through the 30s, 40s, 50s, like you would have a. I'm sure they all were Anglican. Like they would all be very familiar with the Bible.
Yeah,
because those were the days when it's like the Bible was taught in schools.
But the stuff they're getting correct has nothing to do with the Bible.
No, but it was all part of the like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you would have learned classics. You would have learned all of these things. Like just everybody would have.
Just the general political situation between Judea and Rome.
Yeah.
And like so often, I just need to illustrate some aspect that has nothing to do with religion. And it's like, well, yeah, there's this perfect clip in Life of Brian where that's exactly what they're doing. It's just weird. Anyway.
All I said was this piece of halibut was good enough for Jehovah.
That's funny. I actually included that. There was a bit of that scene in my video this morning. Yeah.
Yeah. The haggling scene. Like there's just so many good things in that. It's to me, it's peak Monty Python. It's Monty Python at the best of Monty. Every Michael Palin, like all of them. It's the best of Monty Python.
It's not quite as quotable.
It's not as quotable as, and I love Holy Grail. Like I have a Holy Grail shirt. I've worn it on this show. But to me, the best Monty Python film is Life of Brian. Yeah.
Well, this morning they tried to steal my money because I was using their product without permission.
Oh dear.
And anyway, and therefore,
Brennan Calabo is asking, where am I from? Originally I'm from Calgary, Alberta. That's where I was born and raised. It's not where I live now, but that is where I'm from, for what it's worth. Central Canada. I'm pretty sure I've said it in multiple times in the stream where I actually live.
Yeah, well, we're not going to do it. We won't repeat that, except we know what time zone. You're in the next time zone, so people can...
I'm in the Central time zone, yep.
No, you're in Mountain time zone.
Right. I am in Mountain time zone.
Yep.
Without time.
Yeah, it's
wishy-washy. Yeah.
And Dr. Tapioca
Weasel. Dr. Tapioca Weasel, yeah.
I need attention. Enable my entitledness.
Dr. Tapioca Weasel, you are the most special boy. You are the best, and anybody who doesn't get you just doesn't get you. You have unique insights, and you are special.
And thank you also for spamming us with the black box thing. I believe you've probably invented that. I don't think that's ever been done before.
Nope.
So good job on coming up with a new thing for the stream.
Team Black Box.
Team Black Box. That's right. All right. So all that to say, my sleep schedule is already messed up. That's all I wanted to say.
That's what we're trying to say.
Yeah.
Now, I am not a United Statesian. Neither Paul nor I are United Statesians. We are both Canucks through and through.
Canadian. But I did spend I spent some years in the United States.
Paul lived in the United States.
My children are American, so.
Well, dual citizens. Nah, that's not true. Alex isn't. Your oldest was born in Canada.
Yes, two of my children.
I shouldn't have said his name, but yes,
two of my children are well, as far as America is concerned, they're American.
Yeah, as far as America is concerned, they're American. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as the IRS is concerned.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
The Antichrist line. You're on the air.
Hello there.
Ooh, we have early ASMR.
There we go. Yeah, just straight.
Okay. We broke out the good intro.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
I hear you. I hear you.
Waiting for me to bell all morning. And I'm here. And I'm here. What is it you want to
He had screaming prepared for the background.
Yeah.
Hell sounds.
Oh, yeah. There we go. just the best. Yeah.
ask of me, Mr. Bell?
What are your plans?
My plans, Mr. Bell. My plans, Mr. Bell. The world is exquisitely evil. It always has been. It shall ever be that way. And I shall rule supreme over it all, Mr. Bell.
That's enough of that one for me. Oh, man. Where did he get that sound in the background? That's kind of realistic. First time call.
It's kind of realistic.
Kind of realistic. Yeah.
Realistic in what way? I'm sure it's very hell. Like, I've been to hell. That's clearly what it sounds like.
That's just... yeah. So good.
Also, I mean, so excellent performance, well done. The script needed work.
Needed work. Yeah.
Didn't love the script.
Yeah.
The Antichrist, if the Earth is already fully, naturally evil, the Antichrist has nothing to do. So you have to at least, give some business.
Like a Michael Bay movie. Effects,
That's right.
Spot on. Script maybe could have used a little work.
Yep.
We got some member chats.
We got some member
super
chats
here, Paul.
As a Brian, Life of Brian is my favorite MP movie. Well, thank you, Brian.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Although one could go the other way. As a Brian, maybe you just didn't like a character named Brian, who shows his willy in the movie. So then maybe that's not a thing you wanted to happen. I don't know.
Right.
I finally have a chance. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Oso 805, who's super chat at $5 says, I finally have a chance to give my tithing to the one true church. Paul, that's you. I've never had a chance to watch live. I got in late, so I'm an hour behind. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Mr. Oso.
So in an hour, Mr. Sosa,
yes,
I feel like he probably has, because this is the thing you can do on live streams is you can back it up.
Yeah.
So perhaps in an hour he will receive our thank you. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Appreciate. I think that was all the
We're
ones.
glad you're here for us live.
We are.
Yeah.
Even if you're watching an hour behind of the live.
Well,
But you're seeing the chat live. That's the weird part. If you ever rewind backwards in the
I
stream.
mean, I feel like you're assuming that they're watching an hour behind. Maybe they're watching.
Well,
live.
he said I got in late, so I'm an hour behind. Oh, I understand. Maybe they joined us in progress an hour.
I think maybe that's more it.
All right. Well, that's a better.
Feel free to correct us, Mr. Rose. Although if you're an hour behind, you won't correct us because you're not going to see this for an hour.
No, that's
so
right.
timey-wimey.
Timey-wimey.
Yeah. Are you a Doctor Who fan, Paul?
Well, fan would be too extreme. I enjoy the show when I catch it.
Right.
I have thoughts, but I don't know that I could, I think I've seen.
We're not getting into it. We'll save that for Baimon Sci-Fi Con.
Right. I believe that I've seen every Doctor Who episode since 2005. So.
Well, I definitely have not. There's a bunch of the newest ones I've missed.
No, I've seen more of the new stuff than you have, I think. So.
Yeah, a lot of the Jodie Whittaker run I did not watch.
No, I've seen. Yeah. Anyway. Well, yeah, that sounds like a Baimon Sci-Fi Con thing.
Sci-Fi Con conversation.
David Tennant is in Ahsoka.
Oh, is he? Mm-hmm. I haven't watched a single episode of Ahsoka yet.
Yeah, well, that's another topic for another show.
Braun hasn't shown up yet, so I don't need to.
That's right. No need to jump the gun.
Don't need to jump the gun. Yep.
On the air, hello.
This is first time caller line?
Well, I'm sorry. No, of course that's incorrect. Where's my head? Now
I'm
you're
really
on.
glad I finally got through because I wanted to clear a few things up.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Antichrist was a little pissed, thinking that he had called the wrong line. Art made a slip there. All right.
Hey, listen, all that stuff they were talking about before. I mean, now let me ask you something about the nature of demons and devils and the rebellion and all that. Have you ever thought to ask their side of the picture?
All the
Why
time,
do they do what they do?
All the time. Are you now? Look, now this is the Antichrist line. Do you claim?
Yes, I am the Antichrist.
You are.
Yes, I am the representative of the serpent.
Let's get out of the way.
Planet.
Yeah. The Antichrist is even angry that he had to get asked the question. So this is a good candidate. I like him.
Yep, we're good so far.
Not a female, but I'm guessing he
No.
was in the queue.
Well,
probably.
yeah.
I wanted to explain a few things. Okay.
Please.
Okay, now you're quite familiar with Zechariah Sitchin, right?
Sitchin.
You know, the Anunnaki.
Not
and
Stitchin.
all
that sounds like somebody's
Okay.
sewing. It's Sitchin.
I'm going to give you a little history.
Well, Art is now correcting the Antichrist.
The Antichrist, who doesn't know how to say...
I have no idea who this Stitchin person is, but...
he's been on Art Bell's show a number of times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Lesson.
All right, give me some...
When humanity was created, they were created mainly to be slaves, to work in the mines and do the bidding of the gods. We of the serpent faction, we rebelled against that idea.
The gods. Well, okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't like the idea of...
didn't start if he's polytheistic.
Zechariah Sitchin.
creating people to be slaves.
You don't like, in other words, you don't like work.
Well, not that. You see, humans were really never meant to be intelligent or to have any kind of creativity. They were meant basically to be servo mechanisms that do the bidding of their gods. We sabotage that by teaching you ethics. And by
So the person we were referencing, Zechariah Sitchin, was an author of a number of books proposing an explanation for human origins involving ancient astronauts. So
yes, he's the guy who wrote the. Didn't he write the Chariots of the God? Like he's the ancient astronaut guy.
Yeah, it looks like he's written the Cosmic Code, the 12th Planet, Complete Earth, Lost Realms, When Time Began.
Yeah,
anyway.
He's definitely somebody who's been referenced on this show on Coast to Coast.
Yeah, some kind of panspermia type thing going on, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Now we know.
doing that, well, you got kicked out of the guard, so to speak.
You know, I never thought of it that way.
Well, it's funny, huh? Can't believe everything you read.
Well, I don't know if it's funny, but it is worth considering.
You know what's really ironic?
It is. It was the giving of ethics that was our undoing.
Mm-hmm. Knowing the knowledge between good and evil.
Yep.
And you also notice if you read the book of Genesis,
yes,
they brag that they kept you from the knowledge of the tree of life.
That's right.
Because if you had good and evil, you see, God that the God the Christians believe in really isn't God at all. It's just some alien. And well, if you
all right, just some alien, but he's not wrong about the Genesis stuff.
Yeah,
not a novel take either. This is not a hot take that he's come up with here, but
have knowledge.
Nope.
But you wouldn't be good slaves.
Well, if there's not the God that the Christians believe in...
I didn't say there wasn't a God. I'm just saying that what they believed in was actually an imposter. You see, there was an ancient group called the Gnostics. Are you familiar with them?
I am.
Well, they knew that. But, of course, they kind of got killed for knowing that. And we're basically, all these other people have been calling in saying that they're the Antichrist. Well, they're just the pawns of the B faction. That's the guys we're working against.
Really?
The B faction.
Really?
Jehovah.
Yeah.
Jehovah is like he's in the poser group.
Yeah. Let me tell you what's really going on.
That's right. The Gnostics, the fact that we know so little about the Gnostics is really the gift that keeps on giving to the conspiracy stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're just behind the it's any conspiracy theories like and ... the Jews. Gnostics are just they're the B, it's like, and also the Gnostics.
That's right. Yeah.
The guys.
Well, if they're lucky, they're just schizophrenic dupes. If they're unlucky, they're really dealing with something.
Whereas you are the real McCoy.
Yeah, basically. Well, it's
how
basically any.
Yeah, basically, got it figured out. I'm the Antichrist. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any person of our faction, Art, that speaks out against them, against the B faction, will be labeled the Antichrist.
How long have you known this?
Oh, I've known this since I was about, 10 years old when I started getting past life memories of living on other worlds.
And doing what?
Well, that's kind of complicated. See, my past life memories tell me that, this little situation you're in now with your planet.
Which one?
Well, how everything's kind of spiraling down. You see, it's quite natural for
this little situation you're in with your planet. Yeah.
What I was hoping you would do is just say yes and fill in whatever opinions you have.
Yeah. That would be great. That would really help me a lot if you
then
could
you'll
details.
more likely to buy into what I'm about to sell because you have a preconceived you're predisposed to agree with yourself.
Intelligent species to get to this sort of point and blow themselves up. But the reason that is the case is that, are you familiar with the term astral parasite?
Well, astral parasite.
You know what an astral parasite is? It's what
I know what a psychic.
Okay.
I know what a psychic vampire is.
It's basically the same thing. You see,
that's right.
Have you ever wondered?
This guy's just running roughshod over Art.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also, psychic vampire made me think of energy vampire, which made me think of what we do. In
What we do in the shadows. Yeah, but not you, Guillermo.
Why the guy?
Guillermo, the actor who plays Guillermo, is in the new Blue Beetle movie.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
I have not. Is it worth seeing?
No. I mean, it's fine. Like it's
fine.
made the least. I believe it has made the least money of any DC movie that's ever been made. And I get it because it's like a C-list character. Unless you're DC fan, like at my family's level, this is not a character you know.
Well, like Blue Beetle is a character I love, but it's like you don't know anybody in this movie, and most people don't know who Blue Beetle is.
Right. So I thought it was my son's observation was that this would have been a great, like if this had been an animated movie, everyone would have been happy. But you spent a bunch of money making it live action.
And everybody knows that like this whole iteration of the DC universe is like this is all
it's a lame duck franchise at this point. So I mean there's plot holes like crazy. It's just it's the trouble is like it's not. There are so many more worse movies that did better, but it's not. It's not good. It's not like
it's not good. Yeah.
No, like don't even. I wouldn't even waste time streaming watching it necessarily, but it's fine.
Someday I will. I'm sure I'll watch it.
So what was joyous in it was the family was legitimately joyous, which was fun.
Right.
But there are 100 other movies where the real lesson is that the family sticks together. Like that's just. It's just a heavy-handed that. So,
have you seen the new Into the Spider-Verse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Very, very good. Possibly the best comic superhero movie of 2023.
Probably.
I mean, Guardians 3 would be on the list.
It's one of those two.
Yeah. Anyway,
Timothy Harmon has paid us $5, Paul, to say, wait, the Antichrist can be from a different planet? Yeah. Why can't he be? Or she.
Yeah. The Bible, again, says so little about the Antichrist that we're both yawning, Dave. That's not a good sign.
I know. This is rough.
If we have to call it, we can call it. Week. Are you going to keep going, or should we call it?
Let's just keep going. I've still got this much beer.
Well, you're going to drink that much anyway, so good. Off we go.
All put so much importance as to which God you believe in.
They do put a lot of importance.
Well, the reason for that is because human psychic energy to these beings is the equivalent of heroin. And by believing in a specific deity, you're sending psychic energy in a specific direction. And the whole point of religion is to harvest that energy. You see, these beings.
This is an interesting theory that I think you could make a compelling Netflix movie.
This is a very Lovecraftian.
Yep.
Very. Yeah.
I like the premise. It's actually not bad.
Yep.
I mean, there's like, please don't poke at it because it doesn't hold up. But
well, a gajillion fantasy authors, but have kind of like gone in that.
Oh, but I like the idea
so
that
many stories, right?
the unique thing that I think he's proposing, and perhaps it isn't unique, but seems to be that the object of your worship receives your energy in some way.
Yeah,
I kind of
that's an idea that has been illuminated
so
upon. Yeah,
gotcha.
Right. The real point of religion is that it's like, oh yeah, I know the God is the one getting something out of this, not you. You're right. Like
but is there a pantheon of God? I understand that the God gets something out of it, but is there a pantheon of them in these stories where somehow
it's somewhat a fantasy trope that it's like that gods live on belief.
But do they all get it?
If a god doesn't have belief, that's essentially how a god dies, when nobody believes in the god anymore. And it's like,
I see. So there is some level. There is some level of you have to earn some of that worship yourself. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
You have to do things and like perform miracles and go to be so that like the bigger you get more energy and stuff. But if literally nobody worships you, it's like that is how a god dies.
Okay.
And that's a very like a lot of fantasy novels and stuff have that kind of trope. That's a
because my mind kind of went to the notion that worshiping in general, just your psychic energy got evenly distributed among the gods that exist. But no, okay,
yeah. As opposed to like this is the god you specifically believe in, so your psychic energy or whatever energy is going to that particular god.
No, I'm all for it as a fantasy trope. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
They feed off of your emotions and they feed off of your soul, and that's why things like what happened at Jonesboro occur. To these astral parasites, freaked out kids gunning people.
Oh right, astral parasites, whatever the hell
astral
that is.
Astral parasites, yes, psychic vampires.
Down is just absolutely delicious. It's why there's so much violence going on in the Middle East, and it's why that this cycle of violence never ceases.
Now that's an interesting take on the thing as well. Would be if there was these, so it would make sense that, let's say, in the universe we gave off psychic energy, and that there were entities in the universe that were real entities that fed off of it. It does make sense that what might evolve at some point was some kind of parasite that was a middleman and stealing, like hijacking some of that psychic energy in the middle. Therefore, the gods weren't getting everything they used to get because I like it. And
the whole idea of like negative emotions and all these things gets into 40K. There's whole kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I like it.
You are Victoria. I take my fantasy novel seriously. It's true for a given value of true. I'm like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah. All of this is true for a given value of true. From a certain point of view. This is reality. Yes. Yeah.
The Kaaba stone in Mecca is a massive mana battery. Says ni.
The knights who say ni.
It's the member who says ni.
Ni.
Thank you, ni.
You must obtain a shrubbery.
See? It's the more quotable one.
Yeah, it is. It is the more quotable one.
Yeah.
Means to end.
But you are the orchestrator of all this.
No. You see, that's where you bought into the propaganda of the B faction. We're the ones trying to get rid.
I also see. I love this guy's. So his mythology is that the whole Antichrist thing is a smear campaign.
Yeah. Yeah. They also ran the.
It's the Jehovah and his B team are trying to prop themselves up by making everyone else villains. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Of those guys. You see, what they did is in the intelligence community, they have a term called transference. Which basically is blame the other guy for your crime. And that's what they've been doing to us for thousands of years. You see, all of your religions, well, not all of them, but most of your religions are basically B-faction propaganda. And there's a lot of B-faction propaganda.
Is that like a B-movie?
No, the B-faction, you see, we're the serpent faction. The B-faction, the whole point of the B-faction is they try to set up a kind of hive mind. Okay, you understand what I'm getting at?
Of course.
The hive mind knows, as we
Of
established.
course.
But we've also established that the hive mind can't be trusted except for where's the most delicious place for lunch.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, well, I got a question for you, Paul.
Oh, what's that?
So this is a conversation I got involved in this week. What is your favorite Star Wars novel or series of Star Wars novels?
It's the boring answer. Oh, okay. So let me set aside.
I mean, mine is very stereotypical.
Yeah. So
somebody brought up, it's like, it's the Yuzhan Vong, and I'm like, oh, just stop with that. But,
so, but I would actually. So my genuine, legitimate favorite is the original Thrawn trilogy.
Yeah, the Heir to the Empire, Last Command.
Set that aside because that's so obvious an answer.
Yeah,
the Brian Daley Han Solo trilogy.
Oh, the Brian Daley Han Solo trilogy is very good. I really like it. Yeah,
is probably my second favorite there. Yeah.
Yep.
Partially because it was written before the entanglements of licensing.
Yep.
And they didn't have to worry about. They were just free to just
a little
do
more
whatever.
Wild West. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't like the Lando books that were part of the same series.
I mean, they're good in terms of like 70s era or early 80s era sci-fi. They're not not great Star Wars.
Like I only remember vaguely crazy. Like he shrunk down. He was shrunk and put in a box.
Yeah,
and
like this is the kind of shit you would read in like the sci-fi short story magazines that would come out. But it's like, what's going on here? This crazy like force poker playing whales that. Yeah.
I did not like Shadows of the Empire. Shadows of the Empire was entirely contrived, and it was just felt so contrived.
Yeah.
And it was very shortly when I went to work there. When I worked there, I actually, I had to literally ask the people in like what the hell happened there, and it literally was someone high up.
Wow, Skeptics and Scoundrels is just was like Shadows of the Empire was really good, and you're just like, yeah, boy, that sure sucked. Yeah,
I'm glad. Let me give a better answer when we do our Bimon whatever your thing is called.
Bimon Sci-Fi Con is the Simpsons reference, Paul.
Yeah, it is, and it's late, and I've been drinking.
Yes, you have.
What I should have said was I am glad, Skeptics and Scoundrels, that you got joy out of that. Sadly, I could not. That's the better answer.
I didn't hate it.
Shizor was awful.
He was awful.
Dash Render was
there's some pretty bad Star Wars books, and Shadows of the Empire is far from the worst of them.
Oh no, like there's Courtship of Princess Leia is like all-time terrible. There's Anyway, we are off track, and we tend
pretty
to
much anything Kevin J. Anderson wrote. Kevin J. Anderson's book, The Lost and Forgotten.
I had excised that from my brain, and now you put it all back.
There's another Death Star that's somewhere over here. And
we put it. You know what? Where we put it in the sun. That's where you put it.
Yeah.
Actually, I was
all right. Let's finish this guy. Let's do this thing.
Well, Dark Skies was actually a pretty good movie.
Well, there was no high mind. I know.
There was an exoteric side to that show that's often not missed. You notice the creatures that went inside people's heads and all?
Yeah.
That was really metaphorical for the soul, for spirits in general. And then they also talked about, the cult of the light. Do you remember that?
I don't know what we're talking about now.
I lost track of what movie they're talking about. They're talking about a movie of some sort.
Can we ask Paul and David questions here, or do we need
Can we ask Paul and Dave questions here? We need super chat. If so, is there a minimum? So here's the thing, FM Lunchbox.
Yeah.
Everyone is allowed 2 free questions.
Yeah.
And you used them both in this question.
Are you really the leader of all the Quickie Marts? Yes. Really? Yes. Yes. This is what I would say. You can ask all the free questions in chat you want. And there is definitely a chance, a not zero chance, that Paul or more likely me, will see your question. If it catches my eye, we'll answer it. But the odds aren't high. We're doing stuff, and I'm not paying attention to every chat that goes by. If you super chat, you're 100% guaranteed that we will read your question and answer your question. If you don't super chat, maybe. If I happen to notice it and it catches my interest or Paul's interest, we will. But, Paul and I are kind of living our life and don't read every chat message that comes in. But we do enjoy hanging out with you people, and we want to encourage you. It's like we're not here to say you have to super chat.
No, absolutely. It's not pay to play per se.
It's not pay to play. We're not pay to win.
If we're being serious about it, though, the other thing would be due to be tag at Paulogia, or actually literally say Paulogia, because that comes up as orange in my version of the chat. So then I'm more likely to see it.
But because we do want to answer chats and interact with all of you here. That's part of the point of the show.
It is, yes.
But
we're not ultimately.
Yeah, Paul and I are both very tired and very drunk, so we might miss your chats.
The show is about hanging out, not so much about providing an actual scientific review of Art Bell shows.
Yeah, but if you have a genuine question, especially if it's about Star Wars, then there's a pretty good chance that you'll get Paul and I to answer.
And yes, Mark makes a good point. You get a free membership chat if you're a member. So
if you're a member, you get a free membership chat.
And that does legitimately very much help my channel, and I appreciate it. So
yes.
Yeah. All right.
Little light, yes.
Okay. Have you noticed that light seems very similar to the light people see after death?
Ah.
Now you're getting the picture, aren't you?
Do we need to rewind to know what they're talking about?
I don't give two shits.
Okay.
They're talking about
light that people see after death. That is an astral parasite. And that is why John Lear said he's not going to go to it, because the shadow government found this out. But they really just don't know how to tell anybody. Because, of course, as soon as they do, they'll get labeled as what? The Antichrist.
Well, that's absolutely correct. There's no way they could tell people that. No way.
But they're slowly coming out with it. If you watch a lot of the commercials and movies and stuff like that, they're slowly coming out with the truth.
All right, look, we're out of time, so there's only time for a final word from you to the masses.
All I gotta say is don't take any wooden nickels, figuratively speaking. And I guess good morning.
So I just checked the time on the file. He meant out of time. They're going to commercial break because there's still plenty of time in the.
All right, Paul. I have a question for you from FM Lunchbox. I'll read it because it's a question addressed to you. Okay. You both more than deserve the SC, the super chat. Thank you, very gracious. $10. We appreciate it. And the question for you, Paul. Question for you both, really, but it's for you. Please never stop covering ham and eggs. But do you believe Ken Hovind is at a point that he should be allowed to simply fade away?
So, FM Lunchbox, I know there's a time delay, so I would like you to answer this question, though, in the chat. Do you understand? Because it's very confusing. Kent Hovind and Ken Ham sound very similar. They're both creationists whose initials are KH.
But are very different people.
Ken Ham is who I'm talking about with Ham and Egg News. So I'm just a little bit wondering what you mean, how you, in your mind, do you link to those two together? So I won't ever completely stop doing Ham and Egg News. That is Ken Ham. That is Answers in Genesis. They are the shining corporate.
As long as Answers in Genesis, would it be fair to say, Paul, as long as Answers in Genesis exists, that you will be providing reaction, coverage, commentary on Answers in Genesis?
I will, and to be fair, it used to be 75% of my channel. Now it is probably 25% of my channel. That is partially because Ken Ham is stepping back, and I like to personally cover him, so I really only cover when he's personally involved. But even if he retires tomorrow, I will keep covering Answers in Genesis.
You'll keep covering Answers in Genesis,
So there's that.
Now, as a separate question,
Kent Hovind.
Do you believe that we should probably just let Kent Hovind
Yes,
fade away.
and that is why I have chosen, despite his appearance on this show today as a joke,
Yeah.
I will not be doing my annual Kent Hope in October. In the last like 3 or 4 years, I've done an annual roundup of what he's up to. I'm choosing not to do it this year, partially because he has had his main platforms taken away from him of his own, not because of censorship, but because he's stupid. He has no, actually, let me take that back. He has the people whom he has entrusted the technical parts of his ministry to are either malicious to him or stupid, and they managed to lose their main source of influence. I believe that the immoral things that I would very clearly label as immoral and sketchy things that are happening on his compound are, I think that all Christians, even if you 100% agreed with every word he said, that he is in need of some church discipline on how he's behaving. And therefore, I feel like there are much better creationists, much more professional, much people give better arguments, and people who, by platforming them, you're not also platforming
better not to give attention to this individual
because
at all.
if what you want to, if you want to combat is those very same arguments, other people are saying the same things. So I would focus on the less problematic.
You can debate the theological and philosophical and scientific points without giving attention to this ethically, legally, morally irresponsible individual and the things that he's doing, and we don't need to do anything that will help promote.
Right. And if I had my wish, he would literally just I don't want him censored, but I do.
We don't wish harm to him or anything, but just be like, this person. It'd be fine if just.
It would be delightful if he just was no longer relevant. So
just go away. Yep.
And thank you, FMO.
And I feel a lot of very fervent creationists and Christians probably feel the same way. They're just like, this is just, like there's a lot of very religious people who would be like, are not on board with him or any things, and just like,
and there are atheists who are bad actors who say roughly the same things I do in certain cases, and I kind of cringe and wish, I kind of wish
human
you weren't
nature
on my
is
team.
human nature, right?
And wouldn't it be nice if you just slipped away?
So but there's no reason to give attention or you know what I'm saying, platform, as you say, to somebody who is doing these things.
I could have just said yes to that question. I guess yes is the answer.
So yes, we're going to keep covering ham and eggs. Paul is going to keep covering ham and eggs. I don't give two shits about it.
No.
We don't need to talk about Ken Hovind anymore. That's just let him ride off into the sunset. Thanks. No thanks.
Absolutely.
Goodbye. Yeah.
All right. And then we got
Timothy Harmon.
So $5. Timothy, I feel like you missed the point. Hold on. Timothy, $5. Wait, but you and Shannon's podcast about the Ark and the fudge last year was hilarious. I bought a fudge t-shirt, which is great.
Yes.
First
Buy
of all,
another one just in case that one wears out.
We did that in 2019, so your sense of time is not good, but that's all right.
Well, quite possibly Timothy saw it last year. That's the thing about
possible.
The internet. It's
so anyway, but we do an annual one. So again, this is where the mistake happens, because that is a Ark encounter, that is a ham and egg, that is the Ken Ham side of things.
Yeah.
So I absolutely will be on January 1st or 2nd, depending on which day Shannon has off work. We will be absolutely irresponsibly drinking and covering Ken Ham stuff. That will be happening again, as our annual tradition is. So
can I come on that stream?
Yeah, you have to have
Shannon
to
drink. Oh, I'm pretty sure I can talk Shannon into it.
No, it's kind of our thing, so I don't know. Don't be hurt if it's like a couple thing, but
he's soft for me.
Well, then you get to be a cartoon, and that would be fun.
Hey, that would be good.
Yep.
Can I be a polar bear?
You sure?
It's my birthday. You can't say no to me.
No, if you wanted to be a polar bear, you could be a polar bear. That's it.
Oh, I absolutely. If we ever do a cartoon, I want to be a polar bear.
So it turns out that a bear is not more difficult to draw than a person. So it's all the same.
Did I ever tell you I was this close, Paul, to getting a tiger and polar bear tattoo on my shoulder at one point?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it like the pair, their bear and the tiger. That because I still have incredibly fond memories of that period and that time and the
You actually now reminding me of something that in my head. I'm like, sometime I just want to take some time on Midjourney and see what kind of great bear and tiger combos it could come up with for.
I fooled around a little bit with that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Yeah. But this was like in the very, very early days of Midjourney, and it wasn't. They weren't great.
I bet by now it could do some really good.
Yeah.
Maybe for
nobody here has any fucking idea what we're talking about. That's fine.
We're referring to our first YouTube channel, which you can't find, and we're not going to point to it. So there you go.
No.
All right. Don't take any wooden nickels. All right, I'm going to be strict about it.
I'm legitimately proud of some of the videos that are on there.
I'm legitimately proud of them too, but yeah.
My Antichrist line for the balance of the program is restricted to females. I mean that. Females, I'm going to be tough.
Hey, Paul, I want to hear one female Antichrist caller.
All right, let's see if we can get there.
They've all been
I want to hear it
male.
before my birthday and where I live.
And that just isn't fair. So I'm now restricting it, and I mean it this time, to females. On the Antichrist line. You're on the air. Good morning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
First of all, I'd like to open up by saying that anyone who opposes Christ is the Antichrist.
That would certainly be true. That would be true. So
incorrect.
Well, again, so they're not understanding that. Yes, I mean the English way you would construct the word. If it hadn't been used as a title elsewhere. So, you'd say, well, you'd say, well, if I'm anti-abortion, I'm against abortion, right?
Yeah.
So you can understand how this woman is, deciding to this.
Yeah. That's like saying, like, not everybody who's against the Republican Party is like the leader of the, House Democratic.
Well, no, the problem is that you could. So she's trying to say that Antichrist is a synonym for anti-Christian.
Yeah.
And they're not. So anyway.
And I'm saying that's bullshit.
Yeah, we're in agreement.
There is.
So then a lot of the people who called tonight could be real.
Yes, very much so.
And would you be one of them?
I'm not saying that.
Well?
I will not reveal my identity.
Why not?
Because I'm a deceiver of very many.
Like the Black Widow.
Could say that.
I did.
You could say it again if you want to.
Like the Black Widow.
All right.
Well, I like her. She's kind of flirting with art here.
There you go.
I didn't think this was someone claiming to be the Antichrist, but I think you've heard one. I think you've now heard a female.
It seems like.
So that some might relax and some might worry. What portion of the country are you in?
West Coast.
Well, it figures.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. You've been operating there, living.
That figure. He was already besmirching California at the start. So,
doesn't it? Yeah.
There for a long
Probably
time?
yoga instructor. You know the type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've lived on the West Coast all my life, yes.
What age, roughly, are you now?
Could say I'm 42,000 years old.
42,000 years old.
Could say that.
You're like everybody's ex-wife, huh?
Oh, never been married, thank you very much.
Well, I didn't mean that literally.
She's she's doing well. She's
Yeah.
she's
Yeah,
playing
the game.
She's playing the game. Absolutely.
Yeah, she gets what this is.
She's female Q at this point. It's one of the.
I'd also like.
Rest in peace. He's passed away, but I feel like having dinner with Art Bell would have been a pretty phenomenal experience. Just hanging out and talking to him. Yeah.
like to say to the person who said about abortion,
Yes.
very much against it. Thank you.
Very much against it.
Yes.
You too. So there's agreement here on
Any
my
child or embryo not knowing good or evil will go to the Lord unless that child has a chance to know good or evil.
Now, it's surprising to me that somebody like yourself, who probably weaves webs in her spare time, would say that when we have representatives of the Catholic Church who say just the opposite can occur.
Any
It's a
child
mixed up world, I'll tell you. But I don't
does
have
not
to tell
know
you.
good or evil goes to him.
Yeah.
If that child has no chance to know good or evil, just like Adam and Eve had no choice until they bit into the fruit of good or evil.
See, now, that's the way
That is a super interesting take, actually. If you want to just immerse yourself in the lore and play in the sandbox, yeah, the devil would be against abortion.
So just the way you said that reminded me of that TikTok. The guy like, if you want to follow me in the rabbit hole.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Lore.
Where's Kevin? Kevin's heard me saying this all day long. He's
leaving. He's heard me say.
He's yeah, the devil would be anti-abortion because the souls are escaping his grasp. So that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I always figured it. But, you hear different stories. What's a person to believe?
But people who only live here for 100 years, what do they know?
Yeah, what do they know? It's right. Short lives, whereas you have had the overall sort of 42,000-year overview.
Yes, and experience means everything.
All right, well, I sincerely appreciate your contributing all of this morning.
Oh, thank you.
You take care. There was a little something about her voice, wasn't there? Wild card line, you're...
Art got smitten in the...
We have a super chat, Paul.
We do. So I'm gonna not answer this one.
All right. I'll read it out loud and you can not answer it because it's a super chat, so I'll read it out loud. What about Eric? Question mark. Aren't Paul and Eric Hovind buds? And Paul has no comment.
How do
I wouldn't say you're buds. Like you have interacted in public forums a number of times, but it's not like you guys hang out socially.
So Eric and I have not done any offline talking in quite a while. We used to offline talk, and that hasn't but I haven't. My summer's also been crazy, and I haven't offline talked with I've hardly talked to Dave. Dave and I,
Paul and I have hardly talked, and we
have a
very
whole
good friends,
catalog of things that he and I need to go over in our lives and things. So anyway, I'll just leave it at that.
But I would not call you and Eric Hovind buds.
Well, Shannon likes to joke that we're buds, so it's and it's been fine. It's been a fine joke.
You communicate, but it's not like you've ever broken bread together.
We have not. No.
Yeah.
On here. Hello.
Good morning.
Or we got to get to
a couple more minutes. 5 more minutes.
We got one more call.
Paul. Yeah.
Good morning, actually. You're going to have to speak up good and loud. You're not.
I've been listening to you for about 3 years now, and I wanted to first of all agree with the gentleman that called earlier regarding serpent class. And before this conversation is over, you'll see that the Christians and the other religionists are really the Antichrist.
The Christians are actually the Antichrist?
They really are. They really are, and the other religionists. And it's very easy to prove.
All the normal, regular, popular religions are actually anti-religion.
Here's how you can easily understand it. Now,
I mean, when I was a Christian, I would have said every non-Christian religion was Antichrist. I would have absolutely said that. And even some denominations who call themselves Christians, I would have thought. So
absolutely, yes.
So this isn't
Dr. Tapioca Weasel has commented, I have a flat Earth friend. And I do use the word friend for what it's worth, where it's also complicated. And I get where you're coming from, Duffy. I think one of the travesties of modern culture is this polarization. Is that the word? Where it's like people who don't agree with you are ostracized, and we have lost the ability to, you know what I'm trying to say, Paul? Like, where people can be, my parents had friends, I had friends, I still do. I'm like, you can be completely, in some ways, antithetically opposed to my core beliefs on certain issues, but we can still be friends because I still recognize the character of you and who you are as a person, and you can want these things or agree or believe in these things, and I believe in these things. You know, the easiest example is right and left wing politics, right, where you can vote for a different person than I would, but we can still be friends because we still agree on so many things, or the things we agree on are, you know, like, are more important, or we still like each other's company, and we could just agree to disagree. And somehow we seem to have lost that ability. Do you feel that? Do you know where I'm coming from? That
I absolutely do, and it does break my heart sometimes when people stop being friends because of a disagreement in one area.
Yeah, and I think that is a part of, like, in the 80s, 90s, 70s, 80s, 90s, when you and I came up, when social media and the internet wasn't a thing, it was easy to just like, well, you just don't talk about whatever particular thing, but we can still have dinner and do this thing. But now you have, you know, people will say and do and just get so, like, on a message board or social media site, you will say and do things where it's like, you would never say this to a human being's face, but you will say it on an internet forum.
But you know, it doesn't even need to go that far. So there's,
it's true. Yeah.
I recently reconnected with someone who you know, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So anyway, and I actually invited him out to dinner because I was in his town, and I was like, what exactly is our problem here? We haven't talked, you know, for a decade or two now. And we sat across from each other, hashed it out, and it was literally like, because we just were making assumption about the other person based on, because we both post things that we're passionate about.
Right.
We then each of the other kind of made this assumption that, well, you're always throwing that out in our face, so maybe you're actually, like, you know, against me, even though, because we would be posting the opposite things in these areas. And we hashed it out, and when we hugged it out, it was like, literally like, no, yeah, there's clearly this 10% of our lives that you and I were never going to agree. But then we're not throwing out that 90%, because we both,
85 or 90% of our life, we're just normal people trying to make a life for ourselves and our family, and right.
So it wasn't even, it was just that social media created a perception of how important that topic needed to be. Whereas, yes, when obviously I want to talk about other things. So
yeah.
I think have we beat that horse to death? Because now we're
it could be. I mean, we're not breaking new bread, but like,
no, we're not.
It feels sad to me that people who are under 30, it's like it's so polarized, and I watch people and just being like, on both sides of the spectrum, just be like, these people are dog shit and they're horrible, and like, it's like, they're not. They're like you. They want the same things you do. You might disagree about this thing, but probably you agree on so many things if you just sat down and shared a meal together or did whatever. And I don't know.
And also, I mean, in 5 or 10 years, you don't know which one or the other, or possibly both of you, might actually swap your opinion about that thing. Like, your disagreements may also be temporal. Like, it may be involved at this point in time. So anyway, but Scoundrel make a good point, a really good point here, that he's never forgiving me for disagreeing with him on the Shadow of the Empire thing, and I feel like that's fair.
Well, that's fair. Yeah,
that's a deal breaker.
That's a deal breaker.
That's a deal breaker. Yep. All right. Well, happy birthday in your real birthday land, Dave. It is your.
Made it through another year.
Made it through another year.
Fuck you, doctors.
You're this point around, but this is the point around the sun at which you, you know.
My glass is now empty.
Perfect.
Is this time to to stick a pin in it, Paul?
I think it's time to stick a pin in it. I want to thank you so much for spending some valuable birthday hours with us, even though
Absolutely.
it's really only on your side valuable birthday minutes. So I get to spend
every minute spent with you is valuable, Paul.
I know you have the big party tomorrow, so this was actually a good opportunity for me.
It's
to hang
actually
with you.
Sunday.
Oh,
my party is
okay.
the day after tomorrow.
All right, fair
My
enough.
birthday is today.
Yes,
the party is tomorrow. Yeah,
sounds good. Well, either way, and I'm glad I was able to not.
Oh, Dr. Tapioca Weasel, you are cherished and special. Don't you ever for a minute think you aren't.
I hope that somehow you were imagining, well, Paul's forgotten my birthday.
It never crossed my mind, honestly.
Oh, that's good.
As you know, there's a point where it's like birthdays kind of stop being
it is
important or meaningful, Yeah.
Yours is memorable, first of all, who you are, but also yours always corresponds with Labor Day weekend, so it's just kind of easy to.
So I do always get a big old party just because it is Labor Day. Yeah.
All right. Well, I enjoyed the Antichrist line. I would love to. So if you got this far, because the chat will soon be closing. Leave a comment. Do you want to see more future Antichrist lines? Because he did open up the line in previous episodes. No way of knowing if the callers were as good or better or worse, but we could give it a try if people wanted to.
Look right now, Paul. Just one quick second.
Okay.
One quick second while you're here. Let's see. What was the date? It's very hard to type because I am more than a little sauced. Yeah. Paulogia Live.
Oh, you're looking for our anniversary.
Let's go all the way back to the horrible show that I wish you would take off the channel.
Well, maybe that's what we'll do on the anniversary. We'll private it.
Nephilim in the end times. Yeah. Only subscribers of the channel get to see our deep shame.
Bro, why is none
What
of my
was the
Here, let me see.
Yeah, I can turn the volume down.
This is good TV, whatever.
This is good. This is good TV. Everyone loves it. So YouTube's saying 1 year ago. What was the actual date? It wasn't 1 year ago today.
On the desktop, you can find it.
Yeah, whatever. We're getting very close. So we need to think about what we want to do for our 1 year anniversary. To herald in season 2 of Toast to Toast. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
You and I are both far too intoxicated to deal with any kind
of we can't make the computer work, so we're good.
No. But I'm pretty sure it's September. September sometime is when we did our first ever Toast to Toast. That's when it started.
Well, thank you everyone for sticking with us at least.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I forget how we do a joke. I was like, how do we close out the show?
Oh, okay. I already told you one joke today.
You did.
Hey, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
I was arrested yesterday.
You were arrested?
Carrying a painting out of a museum.
Okay.
Which I think is complete and total bullshit. Because I asked the guard, is it okay if I take a picture? And he said, yes. There you go. That's it. That's the joke.
Yay!
I'm too drunk for anything more involved than that.
Cheers, everyone, and
yeah.
Happy birthday! And I gotta find where I end the stream. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. That's the end of our show. Whew. Yep.
This is where I wait for me to do the salute, and then I hit the end stream.